The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get me all we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. Wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get me all we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. Wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get me
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
Jamaica, your voice matters now more than ever. If you're 18 or older, make sure you're enumerated and on the voters list by the 30th of September. This is your chance to shape our future. Don't let it slip away. Remember, your vote is your voice. Together, we can make the change we need. For more information, visit markgoldingja.com/voters-guide. Let's do this, Jamaica.
So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable. And stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate each and every one. Guys, remember to like up the live as you come in. Share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. And tonight's topic is Andrew Holness caught red-handed with both hands in the cookie jar. Remember, guys, today is the 20th.
Like him having food.
all ins in the cookie jar.
Okay.
All right, so remember, today is the 20th of September, so you have 10 more days to make sure that you go register to vote. Make sure that you are eligible to vote because that is your weapon, right? So please, those who haven't gone and registered yet to vote, please go and register. It is of great importance that you register so that you can go out there and make your choice. All right. So we are before I go into that, persons have been messaging us to attach a PayPal link to the channel because persons still are expressing desire to support the channel. So I've finally put a link on there for those who have been asking and whoever wants to utilize the PayPal link, it is now there. Right. So thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate each and every one. So So tonight we have Young, Shrocklife, Carla Ibanks, Yvonne Riley, Beverly, Donette Harriet, Joy Marshallette Butler, Don Mel, Wayne Evans, Doris McCoy, Arlene Frome, Jeanette Letts, Laris Beckford, Paula Shelley, Una Vassal, John Plough, Freedom, Stanley Green, Jeffrey Worrell, Sharon Bernard, Rennie Swaby, Falmouth Girl 2, you call Alan Mixon,
Yes.
Yvonne Johnson, Isaac's family, Samoni, okay, I said Samoni Green already, Yvonne Johnson, Farron Crossman, Patel Cruikshank, Candy Max, our channel member, Sweet Peep, Paula Shelley, Louis Longshore, Rosalie Ricketts, Debbie Miller Queen, G. Angel, Francella Watson, Althea Wilson, Vincent Dinner, Marinda Ruddock, Dolores Logan, Winnie Mead, Ann Bennett, Sonia Graham, Michael Urquhart, I hope I'm not massacring their last name, another of her channel members, Alicia Whitty, Desmond Mary, Georgia Lynch, Unique Ray, Marcia Mirage, Myrtle Campbell, Gigi Jones, JD, welcome. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. Really love and appreciate each and every one. Blessed mixed in. Tara's King 31. Welcome.
Right.
Without any delay, I'm going to hand over to Baron so I can do some housekeeping. I'll welcome you as you come in, and as usual, when I lose control of the chat, then it will be an umbrella. Welcome, Real Black Woman. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Wifey, for that wonderful precursor, as always. Tonight, I want to say a big thanks to all the persons in TV land, right, and all our supporters who have been journeying with us thus far. We really appreciate the energy that you're giving us, right, the love, right, and we can feel the strength and we can feel the energy and feel the support. We want to say a big thanks where that is concerned. Now we are defending our people. And when we say we are defending our people, we are defending our people in the means of holding the government responsible, right? Holding a government that ought to be transparent, right? Wanting a government to aim its focus on developing our nation building. And so we are happy, right, in terms of giving such information for our electorate to make an informed decision, right, to have that particular leader, which no doubt, right, that we find in Mark Golden, right, to lead a nation, right, out of poverty, right, to prosperity. We know very well that the incumbent government had promised that, but otherwise chose, right, to do the contrary. We have seen a government that only believe in helping himself, his elite friends, family, right, as it relates to what we are witnessing. Surprise, right, and mayhem, if I may add, as it relates to the atrocity that this government, right, leap out against the Jamaican people. We have seen that our Jamaican citizenry facing such high inflation. We have seen under this government the poverty rate increase to 20%. What does that mean? That means that 2 million people, more than 2 million people in Jamaica, cannot afford to feed themselves healthily. And so then, as a result of what we have, before I venture in tonight's topic, I want to put something out there for it to resonate through the minds of all persons who are listening to me tonight. Our debt, our national debt, is $2.3 trillion. And what we are struggling with, $1.7 trillion unaccounted for under this current administration. What we have witnessed as it relates to the Integrity Commission report, it's none other to describe it as such drastic atrocity meted out to the people by the GLP administration. Now, I want to say, before I go any further, I want to give a big thanks to Greg Christie. Why? Let me say this, people. If Greg Christie was compromised, we wouldn't have this understanding and this awareness that we are going to speak on tonight. But Greg Christie and his men hold the fort, hold up the flag of Jamaica, and said transparency and accountability is what matters. And as a result of Greg Christie's task, right, leading the Integrity Commission, simply means it is the pillar that hold and stand up for justice. So Greg Christie, anywhere you are, you and your hardworking men, we thank you for what you have investigated and what you have delivered to us. Tonight, we are going to touch some series of events, and we are going to show you how the Integrity Commission investigation report mirrored many of what Zara Burton had investigated from 2016. However, going through the report, myself has been surprised because it doesn't speak only of illegal awarding of contracts, but we have seen certain transactional activities that would suggest strong money laundering. This is huge. This is one of the crimes that committed that, I mean, it is going to be so significant as it relates to the entire Caribbean basin in terms of this particular crime. And I am happy that the FID, right, has this case to pursue. And so then FID is going to take its time connecting the dots. So tonight, we are going to show that as it relates to Andrew Holness' source of funds for illicit enrichment, that is what we are going to speak on. But before I speak on that, let me make the ear clear. I want to make the ear clear as it relates to the corruption prosecutor, as opposed to what Cliff Hughes, the G2K, and other spin machine, Jamaica Labour Party spin machine, want to create a narrative. And the narrative that they want to create is that, okay, the report centers around 4 accounts. And the director of the corruption prosecutor ruled that there is a nothing burger, there is nothing to see here. Let me let Jamaica be aware, because I've gone through the report myself. That is far away from the truth. Yes, and this is when you have the demons at work. The demons mix the truth and the lie to confuse you. So what happened is that 4 of the persons who had gotten the report, as it relates to Eroy Clark, Tam Tavares, Mistress Holness, and the clerk, one of the 4 passed on bits and pieces of the information selectively to create a narrative, and then wanting, right, to suppress the information from coming out. But holistically speaking, that's not the truth. So let us set the record clear tonight that what the corruption prosecutor ruled on are the 4 accounts that Andrew Holness' name attached to, as it relates to both of his parents, mother and father. That is a minute portion of the entire investigation. What the entire investigation is talking about is illicit enrichment that did not process and send to the corruption prosecutor. Let us get that clear. So the corruption prosecutor did not rule on illicit enrichment. The illicit enrichment, right, is going to come as it relates to FID. Take their fine-tooth comb to comb through the entire investigation as to discover the source of funds. Now, the source or sources of these funds, let me give you 3 sources that we are going to touch on tonight. Number 1, the Prime Minister. And I'm going to speak about the dark evil. The Prime Minister, along with Hugh Croskery, let me speak it, transform Paul Cheng Young and Associates into SSL as it relates to the purpose to pilfer monies from their investors. Let me repeat that. We are going to prove it tonight as it relates to what the Prime Minister, Hugh Croskery, in extension, Nigel Clark, transform Paul Cheng Young and Associates into SSL, use it as a medium to rob investors. Plain and simple. I am not putting it up. That is one of the source of funds. Second, illegal awarding of contracts via breaching the procurement guidelines. We are going to delve into that. And thirdly, which is mostly inhumane of the Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Unbelievable that the Prime Minister would get down to this level. And the possible third source of funds, that the Prime Minister taking advantage of donation for the Jamaican people converted that donation to his charity foundation to his personal use. Think of what I'm saying, people. That the Prime Minister use a foundation to channel persons who are donating on behalf of the Jamaican people, particularly through the, to the COVID period. And those donations, right, embezzled. This is vicious. So then, I am going to begin with the first clip as it relates to, of course, Andrew Holness misled the entire Jamaicans, right? Claiming that neither him or none of his members were informed that they have been under investigation. So let us get into the clip that I'm going to present. Right? Once again, thank you for passing through. All right, without any delay, let us bring up this. Thank you, Wifey. Let us get into our first clip of the day.
He has known since May 2023 that he was under investigation for illicit enrichment, which is a corruption offense created by Section 14(5) of the Corruption Prevention Act. Yes, Mr. Holness is one of the illicit 6, now the illicit 8, and he has known this for well over a year. Yet Mr. Holness misled the country by withholding the truth about this investigation in statements that he made both in and outside Parliament over this period, even telling Jamaica that he had asked far and wide, and none of his MPs were under investigation for illicit enrichment.
What if I told you that instead of setting up a green screen, you can just click a button in Descript and get the...
This extended withholding of the truth, this fundamentally dishonest deception of the people of Jamaica obliterates any trust and confidence in the Prime Minister. How can we believe anything he says in light of the extended failure to tell us the truth that he was indeed under investigation for a serious criminal offense? This unprecedented situation is fundamentally incompatible with his continuing to hold office as Prime Minister. The Integrity Commission's report contains several serious findings which reinforce the need for Mr. Holness to go now. I will mention 3 of these. Firstly, there is the purchase of an investment for $94,000 using, as part of the money that was put up to buy this investment, $32,000 from a registered charity of which Mr. Holness is a director, called the Positive Jamaica Foundation, commingled with resources from his personal company, Imperium, including $30,000 from an account that he had with SSL. Yes, SSL. Mr. Holness reported this investment for several years as 100% belonging to his company, Imperium, when the charity's money had been used to acquire it, as well as his own. Indeed, a third of the money came from the charity. One can only wonder how local and international donors to that charity feel about its resources being used to enrich Mr. Holness personally. Secondly, the filing of nil returns by Mr. Holness's personal companies, nil tax returns, indicating that they had no taxable income or expenses when the companies did in fact have substantial income and expenses, is a matter which the Integrity Commission suggests would be a significant violation under Jamaica's tax laws and should be referred to the Commissioner General of Tax Administration, Jamaica, for action. Indeed, the payments between Mr. Holness's personal companies over the review period exceeded $400 million. Then there's the creation of a situation of conflict of interest by Mr. Holness appointing his business partner and co-investor in his personal real estate company, Mr. Norman Brown, to be chairman of two important public bodies, the Urban Development Corporation, UDC, and the Housing Association of Jamaica, HAJ, both of which fall under Mr. Holness's portfolio responsibility as minister, and both of which operate in the real estate sector. Mr. Holness has placed Jamaica, our beloved country and our cherished democracy, in a dangerous and untenable situation. His integrity issues cannot be resolved, partly because of the baffling complexity of his personal financial affairs. He operated no less than 28 bank accounts, 28. His three personal companies were involved in a very high volume of transactions, averaging over 4 per banking day during the period of review, including many substantial intercompany payments, and including over $4.5 million of so-called cardless cash deposits made over a 3-month period into his bank account by depositors whose identity remains unknown to the Commission. And partly, the matter is unresolved because Mr. Holness's own refusal to provide information about aspects of his affairs, which was requested by the Integrity Commission for the purposes of their investigation. The Prime Minister therefore remains the subject of an incomplete investigation for illicit enrichment, as the Integrity Commission has been unable to conclude its investigation, in part because of Mr. Holness refusing to provide them with critical information that they need to do so. The Integrity Commission has recommended that the case be referred to the Financial Investigations Division, the FID, which specializes in financial crimes, including money laundering, and with which the Integrity Commission has an active Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for mutual cooperation, which is provided for in Section 7, subsection 12 of the Integrity Commission Act, and also by an equivalent provision in the FID Act as well. Referral is recommended so that further investigation can get to the bottom of his affairs. And the Integrity Commission has also made it clear that Mr. Holness's statutory declarations cannot and will not be certified as required by law until the investigations have been concluded. So, Jamaica has a Prime Minister who remains under investigation for the serious corruption offense of illicit enrichment, and whose annual statutory declarations for 2021 onwards still cannot be certified by the country's Integrity Commission as required by law. This is a serious blot on the country's image, both locally and internationally.
I have an important announcement for everyone in Canada. We are offering all Canadian citizens.
It is untenable for our Prime Minister not to be in good standing with the country's Integrity Commission. We cannot go on like this. The Prime Minister must step aside now or call fresh elections so that the people have the chance to elect a new government that can take our country out of this mess. Finally, it is important to dispel the deliberate falsehood that is being perpetrated in some circles of the Integrity Commission being motivated by political bias. While the developmental work on the legislation that created the Integrity Commission was done prior to 2016, the Integrity Commission Act was reviewed and then passed into law by this JLP government. The commissioners of the Integrity Commission were appointed under this JLP government. And Mr. Holness himself had an important role in their appointment. The staff of the Integrity Commission were all employed under this JLP government. The record shows that the Integrity Commission has taken action against delinquent representatives from both political parties. This scurrilous suggestion that the Integrity Commission is motivated by political bias must therefore be rejected for the malignant mischief that it is. The Integrity Commission is a critical institution in the governance of our country, a country which is seriously afflicted by the scourge of corruption at the highest levels. The Integrity Commission must be nurtured and supported so that it can do its anti-corruption work without fear or favor. The continuing attempts to discredit, weaken, undermine, or intimidate the Integrity Commission, its commissioners and staff must be condemned and resolutely resisted by all well-thinking Jamaicans. Thank you. I just want to close briefly by saying, in relation to the incident that we heard about through the news last night concerning the Holnesses and their home, that we absolutely abhor any such conduct. We call upon the security forces, law enforcement, to investigate it thoroughly, and if there are any perpetrators, to bring them to justice. And I want to extend my personal sympathies to Mr. and Mrs. Holness and their family. Thank you.
All right, take it away, honey. Let me talk to our subscribers and people in TV land. Once again, let me say thank you for passing through Mystic Sensation. Tune in on a Tuesday and Friday. Okay, so let me talk to the naysayers, them and those who believe that the Integrity Commission, right, has no right to pass on this case to the feds, right, particularly Tom Tavares Finson, who believe that the Integrity Commission has no standing in doing that. Sir, you're wrong. The Integrity Commission, along with feds, have the memorandum of understanding, so can share data and investigate together. So, sir, you are wrong. Check back your notes. Having said that, the audacity, let me say this, Janet Jones Porsche fought so hard to restore our banking credibility. This man is destroying it again. You're so right, John. Now, let me say this to them and those and the naysayers, that as it relates to what transpired here and the cruelty that Andrew Holness utilized, right, creating the mayhem that he created, right, as it relates to the Integrity Commission report investigation. Now, we are going to speak clearly of the audacity where Mr. Andrew Holness concerned. And Mr. Holness, we realize that this is the pattern of your behavior. This is how a narcissist behave. When they are backed into a corner, they blame. The blame game is on. It's not me. And, it's, trying to shift from the responsibility, right? The normal behavior as it relates to, the narcissistic tendencies. And the audacity of Andrew Holness now claiming that he wanted to sue Mark Golding as a result of the clip that I just played. And you know what Andrew Holness is saying? You want to sue Mark Golding because Mark Golding defamed his character. Now, Mr. Holness.
Do it all by yourself.
Mr. Holness, are you serious? And this is one of the reasons why Mystic Sensation had done a deep dive research to come and show the people, right, that when you're back into a corner, you talk about lawsuit and you always lose them. Well, I'm going to show you that this is not the first time you threaten, right, lawsuit, and you have lost it. You have carried lawsuit and you have lost it. But we are going to get down in that. But anyway, let me get to your audacity as it relates to your so-called lawsuit. I can tell you that you need to keep that in your back pocket. Now, without any delay, let us get to that wifey. Holness threatened legal action. Now, just imagine Andrew Holness is talking about defamation of character. That's laughable.
He did all that by all. We did
bad all by himself.
Yes.
You know, Mr. Holness talking about defamation of character. My. Let's get into it. Prime Minister Holness threatens legal action against PNP members for defamatory statements. Wow. Laughable. Prime Minister Andrew Holness has instructed his attorneys to initiate a legal action against senior members of the People's National Party over comments about when he became aware of the Integrity Commission's probe into his finances. A statement from the Prime Minister's camp described the statement made during a press conference earlier on Thursday as defamatory and false. Let me tell you, you are going to eat back this statement. You are going to eat this statement. And no surprise, look who we have here endorsing the Prime Minister. Senator Abka Fitz-Henley, who always defended the Prime Minister in its wrongdoing, endorsing the $47 million that the Prime Minister spoke about in 2016, right? Obviously endorsing wrong. Mr. Abka Fitz-Henley, your moral aptitude is flatline. Abka Fitz-Henley, a member of the Jamaica Labour Party Communication Task Force, confirmed the instruction issued to the Prime Minister legal team. Quote, open quote. The fact of the matter is the Prime Minister spoke the truth when he indicated to the media on August 17. I think Mr. Abka Fitz-Henley, wifey, is senile. Such a young man. And he's senile. Okay, let us move on.
You don't know what the truth is.
On August 17 last year, that he was not aware of any member of the Jamaica Labour Party being written to by the Integrity Commission. They are under investigation for illicit enrichment. He added that the Prime Minister and JLP leader takes his reputation very seriously. Are you serious? Take your reputation seriously? It's as if the Prime Minister doesn't have 28 accounts.
is Mark of 28.
It seems like it is Mark Golden who have 28 banking accounts. So then, I mean, which reputation that the Prime Minister is taking seriously? No, we start to have what we call alternate truth.
As usual, that's how it behaves.
So then, the lies become the truth, and the truth becomes the lies. And will not allow members of the PNP to attempt to use false and malicious statements to malign his character in their desperate bid for political power. End of quote. And let me end him there. Let me end him there and get back to our wonderful people who visit us because they are not wasting their time. Malign. Wow. All right. So then, Mark Golden held a press conference and spoke in tandem as it relates to how he mirrored or comprehend the Integrity Commission investigation. Now, Andrew Holness, you remember, let me remind you, this is Mystic Sensation, that we have done our research extremely properly, effectively, surgically, what I'm going to present to you. That Mark Golden done this press conference mirroring as it relates to his comprehension the Integrity Commission investigation findings. Now, let me show you when you hold your press conference that the People's National Party did not threaten to sue you. Wifey, let us get back to Andrew Holness' press conference and show you what a narcissist he is, that when he back to account. But let me warn him, Andrew Holness, stand by. It is straight prison. Trust Mystic Sensation. So let me just show the people, right, as it relates to your press conference. Honey, get back there.
We don't feel comfortable sitting in Parliament with a Minister of Government was openly accepted responsibility, who expresses no regret for the act, where a Commissioner of Parliament has confirmed that the act is corrupt and has referred it for prosecution, and that minister shows no sign of wanting to resign, or the Prime Minister showing no signs of moving to dismiss the minister.
With all the sympathy that one can have for support, this is embarrassing, not only to the government as a party, not only the PNP, but to the government, to Jamaica, to all of us. Our heads bow this morning with this sort of reaction to it.
So we have to take firm actions in this regard. It is a dark day for Jamaica, where the Prime Minister is unwilling or afraid to act against a minister in which the public has lost total confidence and in which the institutions of the society are all agree that this person does not enjoy their trust or faith and has breached the confidence that the people have placed in them. I believe that this has the potential, if it continues, to bring down the entire government.
Take it away. My fellow Jamaicans, the clip that I had just displayed is a reflection of Henry Morgan and Company. Who? Henry Morgan and Company. Now let me ask Andrew Holness. Do you think that Margolin should sit in the parliament with you, having the revelation coming out as it relates to the Integrity Commission report of what we are seeing here, the atrocities that you have committed against the Jamaican people.
But what did Hassan do for him to go and have that press conference?
Exactly. Who you have tricked in voting for you. Who you have now thrown poison on. Let us proceed. It is getting a little bit more interesting. Now, where we go from here? Let us take Jamaica Prime Minister Andrew Holness and his controversial. Let us dig into that. Because tonight, my Jamaican people, we are going to take a turn. A unique turn that we are going to take. Right? Let me just speak to the people for a while before you present them. Tonight, where we are going to take a unique turn in the program tonight. Yes. Jamaican people, let me say this to you. SSL is a big factor. Nigel Clark could not withstand the pressure of SSL. Let me talk to the people before I go any further. Andrew Holness, what is about to reveal, let me say this to people, that FID is now going to get to two things, two sprung of the investigation that is going to proceed by faith. One, tax deviation, and two, illicit enrichment. My people, note keenly that none of this, as it relates to tax deviation or illicit enrichment, that the corruption prosecutor ruled on. The corruption prosecutor did not rule on the many variations of these investigations that also extended in money laundering. So, Andrew Holness, you don't fool the people. Parliament, you don't come out and shape a narrative. Spin machine, don't shape that narrative. The corruption prosecutor only speaks on those 4 accounts. The most minute of them all. Because the corruption prosecutor knows very well that this time, bend the meteorological meter to measure a hurricane. What we are looking on coming forward to you, Andrew Holness, and you know that. The parliament know that. And your wife knows it as well, that we are looking on a category 6 of the Richter scale. It cannot be measured. That is what is coming to you. Now let me begin. Now let us get into the Jamaica Prime Minister Andrew Holness and his controversial. Let us dig into that because we are going to take a unique turn tonight. Now, yes, let us dig into that. Play that. All right, just beg you some time, people, while he's searching for it. You get the information already?
Okay.
All right, so that information is coming up. Okay.
This is this.
Yes.
All right. Just let me see. Let me check my camera.
All right.
Because the title might not be the same as you write on the paper.
Okay. We're coming up with that clip, right? I just don't want my viewers to be distracted, right? Sometimes, you know, it depends on the naming. It poses some difficulty, but you know, with Mystic Sensation, we are going to find it. So I just want you to stay tuned, right? Because tonight we are going to get into what we call deep waters with Andrew Holness. This program tonight is going to show you, right, some serious corruption.
So it is this 18-degree north video then. It's 18-degree north video that because you write it like
Okay.
confusing. Yeah, that's what it is.
So what before we play this clip, let me explain the reason why I am playing this clip. Now, what we are going to do, my Jamaican people, is to show you the conundrum that Andrew Holness in as a result of where the Integrity Commission investigators focus their investigation. If you notice, the Integrity Commission investigators focus their investigation on the 2021 statutory declaration. That is the key focus. However, what we are to understand that this statutory declaration for 2021, it affected previous statutory declaration, and it is going to affect, of course, any statutory declaration going forward. So one of the reasons why I have to peel back the onion is to show you why it is going to affect, right, previous statutory declarations as well. Now, for us to have an understanding of the investigation, we have to go back now to what we call the foundation of the investigation. So I'm teaching the people. We are going back to the foundation of the investigation as to how did we get here with the Prime Minister and all of what we have seen. Let me explain it. We have gotten here as a result of what happened in 2016. What happened in 2016? In 2016, Zara Burton, who actually listened to the campaign political rhetoric from Peter Phillips, accusing Andrew Holness, right, as it relates to, you know, his curiosity of Andrew Holness was just getting this for his pay, but yet was able to buy a land for X amount of dollars beyond out of the scope of his pay. So while that was on the campaign trail, Zara Burton, one of the best investigators, let me have it. Zara Burton, if you are listening, big up to you, Zara. Zara Burton got wind of this information. And as such a wonderful investigator, right, decided to investigate. And my, Zara Burton investigation from 2016. People, what we have here today presenting by the Integrity Commission investigation is a result. So let me say this, is as a result of Zara Burton. Everything that is coming out now is Zara Burton hard, creative, investigative work that is coming out right now. But however, Zara Burton, right, did not push in deep into SSL. I am going to push in deep in SSL. So guess what? Let us get back to the foundation. We want people to understand holistically of what transpired then and now. Without any delay, let us get into Zara Burton, 18 degrees now. This is the magazine. Land Baron Charles has no moral ground on which to stand to criticize anyone. They prove how little they care about Jamaicans, especially poor Jamaicans. Daisy, 100% agree with you. Their moral attitude has been flatlined. All right, let us get into that. Let us get into that. Zara Burton, 18 degrees north. Let us get into that.
Poor man must build his castle. Every poor man must build him big house.
He became Jamaica's newest prime minister despite controversy about his big house.
Join us in a partnership for prosperity.
We uncover a trail of property purchases and ask, is Andrew Holness paying his part?
Is that why you didn't pay the property taxes on the home?
What the prime minister didn't want you to know before the election. And later, Holness sounds the warning on corruption to his new cabinet.
Corruption will not be tolerated in this government.
But does his own record raise questions when it comes to awarding public contracts?
When each side is in government, there are uncomfortable levels of awarding of contracts to persons who are either political supporters, campaign financiers, or other connected parties.
We reveal how Holness signed off on taxpayer money for a contract to his associates on this episode of 18 Degrees North.
Let me just bring it forward here, guys.
Before you buy life insurance, make sure it has the ability to pay you while you're still alive.
18 degrees north of the equator, where every week we're going to take you on a global journey with us as we focus on Caribbean stories that have global impact. We begin our show with Jamaica's newest Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. During the 2016 general elections, his house became front and center. The public, and perhaps more so the ruling People's National Party, they wanted to know why a St. Lucian company owned his house and where he got the money, since news reports had put its value at about $2 million, a figure Holness has not confirmed. After all, Holness had been a politician most of his professional life, didn't come from money, and his salary at the time was just over $60,000 each year, not counting allowances. Holness answered several of the questions asked, but we at 18 Degrees North had others. What we found was an interesting series of property purchases and an uneven playing field when it comes to personal tax matters. It also shed light on the relationship between Jamaican politicians and their associates in the awarding of public contracts. We're staying right here in Jamaica at 18 degrees north and 77 degrees west.
The Labour Party believe that every poor man must build his castle. Every poor man must build him big house. And we not grudge you for it. We are going to help you to achieve that. That is why we say education for free, health for free, and we must make the place secure so you can live and enjoy yourself.
This is the house, built on 3/4 of an acre, complete with stone-cut wall, in the exclusive Beverly Hills neighborhood just outside Kingston. It's a huge upgrade from where Jamaica's newest prime minister and then opposition leader Andrew Holness says he was born.
I was born in a 2-bedroom board house at 56 Cumberland Road in a Spanish town. My father is still a farmer and my mother is a retired civil servant.
Property records showed the Beverly Hills land was purchased by St. Lucian-based company ADMAT Incorporated for $300,000 in 2011, 3 months before Holness became Prime Minister of Jamaica for the first time, and when he was Minister of Education. There's no mortgage listed. In a statement, Holness says he's the sole director of ADMAT and a shareholder, along with his 2 sons, Adam and Matthew. Holness says he got the money from funds in his accounts at 2 of Jamaica's investment banks and used his savings, salary, loans, and credit from suppliers established through his wife, who is a real estate developer, to build the house, costing him approximately $52 million, or around $525,000 US. He says a St. Lucian structure was used for estate planning. His attorney, Patrick Bailey, says there's that and the additional potential benefit of avoiding transfer taxes.
If the house at Beverly Hills is the only asset and he was selling it, he would simply sell the company, sell the shares. The company would have its shareholding transferred from him and his children to the new purchasers, whereas the title would remain unchanged because the new purchaser will be the owners of ADMAT and be the owners of the property. So in that case, there's no transfer from one entity to another. So you save on transfer tax and stamp duties and those sorts of things.
Civil society activist Carol Narcisse says the leader of the country shouldn't be trying to avoid taxes.
Especially if you're a prime minister and you're telling your citizens that they need to conform to the regulatory environment that you have designed, that you do not think you can adhere to, because it is inimical to your interest to adhere to it, or inimical to the interest of your children's future to adhere to it, then there is a major, there's a major inconsistency there that you need to explain.
Join us in a partnership for prosperity. Let's change Jamaica for the better. Choose prosperity.
Does he own other entities in there, in ADMAT?
In ADMAT?
Yeah.
I think he has at least one other property in ADMAT.
And where is that?
That is in somewhere in the Arcadia area. Right.
And that's considered land or also?
It's an apartment. Actually, he's now in the process of selling that unit. He owes suppliers because suppliers gave him credit for the house he's building in Beverly Hills.
And source of funds for that was what?
That one, I can't recall all of those details, but I seem to remember that he has always used the house that he lives in and get loans and that sort of thing.
We checked the title for the property where Bailey says both Holness and his wife lived at the time of our interview and found no additional loans or mortgages other than those originally taken out in 2002 when they bought the house for 7 million Jamaican dollars, around 144,000 US dollars back then.
So you were satisfied then with the source of the funds in both cases?
Oh, absolutely. He saved in US stocks and amongst his portfolio. So he was saving because these are savings.
Is that savings from him alone or him and his wife?
I don't know that level of personal detail. That would be. Yeah, I don't know that level
of what you know. Is there any evidence?
I know of nothing. I know of nothing else that he owns in relation to ADMAT.
Okay.
He currently owns rather.
We checked the title for the Acadia property and found that it was indeed purchased by the same St. Lucian company ADMAT Incorporated in 2008, again when Holness was Minister of Education. The price tag, 16 million Jamaican dollars, around 219,000 US back then, and again, no mortgage was listed. Further, we also checked whether ADMAT owned additional properties and found one more. A half-acre lot, also bought in Beverly Hills on Wycliffe Close in February 2009, also when Holness was Minister of Education, price tag, around 15 million Jamaican dollars, almost 173,000 US dollars, and again, no mortgage listed.
So you've never heard of this Wycliffe Close property before today?
Let me put it this way. I have never handled, and when I look at the transfer, I see the names of lawyers who I know. And he's entitled to have more than one lawyer. We all have to eat.
So all told, when it comes to properties, there's the Great House Boulevard home that Holness and his wife bought with a mortgage while Holness was a mere member of parliament. And in the 4 years he was Minister of Education, earning the equivalent of around 60,000 US dollars per year or 90,000 with allowances, there was the Arcadia apartment, no mortgage listed. The land at Wycliffe Close in Beverly Hills, no mortgage listed. The land for the Shenstone Beverly Hills house he's building, no mortgage listed. And around 525,000 US dollars spent building the house in the 3 years after Holness's Jamaica Labour Party lost the election in 2011. Holness, through a member of his team, said he wouldn't comment on the source of funds for any of his properties before the election, But even after, he didn't. He also said he would make his financial statement public at the end of March 2016, but he didn't. Despite several calls to Juliet Holness, a property developer, chartered accountant, and newly elected member of parliament, she didn't get back to us.
We will again reduce transfer taxes, stamp duties, and estate taxes.
What about property taxes?
No, man, he has to pay property tax.
At the time of our initial checks in the 2 weeks before the election, the house in Beverly Hills had an outstanding balance since 2013 on the tax administration's website. Amount, about $174,000 or US $1,400 approximately. Property taxes on the Wycliffe Close land in Beverly Hills were listed as not having been paid since 2009, a total of about $175,000 or US around $1,400. And the Great House Boulevard home that he owned with his wife Juliet, that was listed as outstanding since 2014, owing Jamaicans $64,000 or about $526 US. We call the tax administration to confirm. Volume is 1118.
Andrew Holness.
Yeah.
The amount is $64,000 outstanding and $50 for 2 years.
All in, Holness or his entities were listed at the time as owing almost 413,000 Jamaican dollars, around $3,400 US. It wasn't clear if there were any amounts owing for the apartment at Arcadia Drive. Caroline Hay, former Deputy Director of Public Prosecution, says, in general, no leader should be backed up on their taxes. We did not ask her specifically about Holness.
No public official ought to be behind on their taxes. You are in a position when you're a public official in a position of trust, and one would imagine an example to the nation as to what values we want in positions of leadership.
Days after 18 Degrees North brought it to Holness's attention, and before the election, the tax administration's website reflected zero balances for the 2 Beverly Hills properties at Shenstone Drive and Wycliffe Close. However, taxes on the house he owns with his wife were still listed as owing as of our last check, March 18th, 2016, even as he became Prime Minister of Jamaica for a second time.
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Jamaica.
Coming up on 18 Degrees North, too close for comfort? How Andrew Holness signed off on taxpayers' money for a contract to his associates. 18 Degrees North just uncovered a trail of property purchases linked to Jamaica's newest Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. Now see how that trail led us down another path, that of government contracts awarded to his associates.
Corruption will not be tolerated in this government.
The property at Wycliffe Close in Beverly Hills remains an open lot today. As it turns out, the owner, Andrew Holness's ADMAT Incorporated, applied to the National Environmental Planning Agency to build townhouses in 2010, but that application was turned down. Representing ADMAT in this application was one Robert Garvin.
Robert Garvin is not a director in any way, shape, or form of ADMAT.
No, man, he's not.
But why would Robert Garvin's name then appear on an application to the land development?
Because he's acting as agent, he's doing the process. Yeah. That's not unusual.
According to Companies Office records, Robert Garvin is or was a director of other entities affiliated with Andrew or Juliet Holness: Positive Jamaica Foundation Limited, Sunshine Mobile, West Central St. Andrew Trust Limited, Omega Bridge Finance, and the now removed Delido Taxi Service.
Who is Robert Garvin?
Garvin.
Robert.
All right. So we want to stop it there. Now, the reason why I played that clip as it relates to 18 Degrees North is to show you that the Integrity Commission investigation is now mirroring right, most of what we have displayed, investigation done by Zara Burton. Now, guess what, my Jamaican people? Before I go there, let me say something. As a result of what we've seen, right, there are 4 items that we're going to pull from that as it relates to the IC report and it now moving over to FIDS. So what we looked at on the report, we realized that several of these companies owned by Andrew Holness, no taxes has been paid. Just like what Zara Burton picked up from 2016. So then what we see there, the tendency flows steadily that Andrew Holness deliberately not wanting to pay tax, and then he's asking the Jamaican people to pay tax and heavily tax us as it relates to IMF austerity measures. Can you imagine? While Andrew Holness is dodging from tax. So what I showed there, 2016, Zara Burton investigated him, found out that he was dodging tax. Now the Integrity Commission, let us move forward away from 2016 up until today as we speak, when the Integrity Commission released the report and what the Integrity Commission find. Whoops! Very same thing that Zara Burton had found in 2016. The Prime Minister cannot explain himself out of that. Evidence number one, you are a tax dodger while you are asking our Jamaicans to pay tax and pressuring our Jamaicans to pay tax as it relates to IMF austerity measures. This is vicious. This is wicked by the Prime Minister. Number two, what we get from that, we are seeing illicit enrichment via the illegal awarding of contracts. Now, within that, what we are seeing as it relates to the Integrity Commission investigation report, right, as it relates to Tuesday, when Rattigan and myself looking on roughly about 3 to 4 accounts, right, where the Prime Minister have these accounts from as late as, what was it, 2005, I believe, from 2005, having these accounts and only have, might be what, 2 or 3 transactions going through those accounts. Simple means those are hatch, those are mediums for money laundering. Very serious situation, right? That the Prime Minister account share as if it is being utilized, right, for a money laundering mechanism. Why would the Prime Minister took out these accounts and not utilizing them? Doesn't make sense. Now, 4, the misappropriation of charity donation, which is very wicked. Now, just imagine, people, that during the COVID crisis, right, the 2020 and the 2021, right, the height of the pandemic, external help was aided to us. What the Prime Minister did, work that through his company and pocket, convert that money to his personal use. We call that embezzlement. That is embezzlement. The Prime Minister committing these atrocities against the Jamaican people who he is now seeking a 3rd term. So people, I want you to understand the atrocity that the Prime Minister, right, is meting out to us Jamaicans and claiming that he loves Jamaica. We are going to get into the art of the matter tonight. Now, let me show you. We have seen that why did Mystic Sensation come here? Let me explain to you why I came here. The Prime Minister jumped out as it relates to Mark Golding, went out on the campaign trail, went out and not campaign trail, went out on his press conference, and he spoke on his conference reflecting the Integrity Commission investigation report. Andrew Holness threatened a lawsuit. People, what I'm going to tell you now, this is where our investigation begins tonight. And we are going to start our investigation. Okay. Nicolette Bailey, 32,000 US, Andrew Steve over 8 years. Me not care that. All right, PNP, millions
just
like
stop it here. So it's just this mindset that instead of Andrew thief 32,000 US dollar over 8 years, and him not care about that. Him still a support him. These are the type of people that we are dealing with.
All right,
and that's why Jamaica can be.
All right, hold on. Put him up on the screen where people can see. Okay. This is how informed this person is. Uninformed. This person is. And hear what this person is saying. 32,000 US, Andrew thief over 8 years. Right? Me don't care. But all right, PNP thief millions like PJ Patterson thief for 18 years straight and not even made us one road. This is to show you. This is to show you. Oh. Now, this person, to be honest, shouldn't be on social media communicating. What this person, where this person should be, is in the basic school, starting to learn. That's number one. He would have understood as it relates to the billions of dollars that we're talking about. Not 32,000, sir. Billions of dollars. So this goes to show you, you understand your level of ignorance. But you know what? Why do I spend time answering him? Let me just move on, right? And leave him. Now, let us get to what I am saying. Get back on track here, because the people, they are not going to waste time for me to answer that person.
It's just to show the mindset of
Exactly.
people.
I see where you're going on it. But you know, the people, they are here. They don't want to spend time on that. Now, anyway, let us get in terms of what I'm saying. Now, just imagine that Mark Golding came out and spoke in reflection of the Integrity Commission report. That is the reason why Mark Golding is, has been speaking, right? And addressing the situation and saying to the Prime Minister, if the Prime Minister has any moral left, any inch of morality left, he should step away like a decent person and don't stand in the way to interrupt investigation. Don't stand. Prime Minister Andrew Holness, let me speak to you. If, sir, that you are innocent and you want people to believe that you are innocent, please be professional. Please be ethical and most of all, morally inclined by step aside and allow the investigation to be done without your interruption. If you are innocent, you wouldn't want to interrupt the process. So you being there and reinforcing and trying to use might, right? It is telling us and telling every Jamaican that you are guilty and you have everything to hide. Be a decent person, step aside and allow the investigation to flow. If you are confident in your innocence, step aside, sir. You ought to step aside. If you're confident, if your parliament and persons who are defending you has any moral inclination, they should say to you, Prime Minister, based on the investigation, based on the allegation, this allegation is extremely serious. They are accusing you of money laundering. They are accusing you of misappropriation of funds. They are accusing you of illicit enrichment. Sir, Mr. Prime Minister, can you step aside and allow the investigation to flow if you are innocent? Now, we will understand that if you decide not to step away, but stay there to interfere and interject, we know that you are not innocent, but we will speak to you at the ballot. We will speak to you at the ballot. We will make our finger speak. Let me get back on track. Now, let us get to what we are talking about as it relates to Zara Burton, right? That when Zara Burton, my people, let me speak to you as it relates to what you see the Prime Minister had done, because the Prime Minister want to use some deflection, right? Diversion tactics and talking about suing Mark Golan. Andrew Holness, when Zara Burton came out with the investigation, Andrew Holness also threatened to sue Zara Burton. Not only that he threatened to sue Zara Burton, Andrew Holness did sue Zara Burton. I am going to show you what happened to that. That's why I know, let me say, people, Andrew Holness know very well that if this case put into the judiciary, he's going to be convicted. The reason why I'm going to say it is the clip that I'm going to play right now. These clips that I'm going to play is going to show you that Andrew Holness knows very well that if this case goes into the judiciary, he is going to be convicted. I am 150% sure. Now, I am going to use Zara Burton. He tried to sue Zara Burton, and guess what? He had lost the case. And this is one of the reasons why the clip that I played still on social media, Andrew Holness tried to sue Zara Burton to take down the clip from social media. Andrew Holness, you have lost the case. You have taken Zara Burton to the Supreme Court, and you have lost the case. So what I'm telling the Jamaican people, since you have lost that case with Zara Burton, if you put this case into the court, if the Fed put this case in the court, Andrew Holness, you are going to be convicted. You are going to be convicted. Let me show the proof where you took Zara Burton to court, and I'm going to show the proof where you have lost the case. Simply means that the Supreme Court looked at certain evidence and gave Zara Burton the right to continue to have the clip on social media. Andrew Holness, what you have done is coming home to you. It's just a matter of time. This is what I am going to bring forward to make the people see clearly that you have lost the case with Zara Burton. So when we hear you talking about you're going to sue Mark Golan, you know, I know, everybody know that you are just a mouthpiece and a distractor. Let us present that case. Now, let us find that clip on here. So we're going to Mr. Andrew Holness to sue DVJ.
A journalist's report has angered the Jamaican Prime Minister. The local media became a buzz Tuesday morning following the airing of television show 18 Degrees North on Television Jamaica Monday night. The show alleged that Prime Minister Andrew Holness's property taxes are in arrears, among other related accusations that the Prime Minister labels as libelous. In a statement Tuesday morning, Mr. Holness says, quote, I totally and completely reject the assertions, inferences, and innuendos made in the television program 18 Degrees North, aired on TVJ on Monday, 30th May 2016. In particular, I wish to make it clear that all my property taxes are paid up to date, and I have never entered into any arrangement with the intent of evading any of Jamaica's tax laws or benefiting from public contracts. I view this matter seriously and have retained legal counsel, end quote. Meanwhile, attorney representing Prime Minister Holness, senior counsel Gordon Robinson, told the C News team that what is being sought at this time is a retraction.
I'm writing to the producers of 18 Degrees North and to Television Jamaica to ask them if they would be kind enough to offer some amends for the allegations that have been made. It depends on what Television Jamaica and 18 Degrees North producers do. If they offer amends and the apology and the retraction and they basically do the right thing, well, then there'll be no need for a lawsuit. But I think it's safe to say that if they don't, that a lawsuit is inevitable. But they must first be given an opportunity to retract.
I don't have $1 million to spend on cameras, mics, and teleprompters, but that's fine. Because with the script, I have...
Okay. Let me talk to Jamaica. Let me talk to Jamaican people. Well, Andrew Holness' lawyer came out and asked Zara Burton to retract the statement and take down the video. Zara Burton said, no, my investigation, right, is not malicious. I have done my investigation on a professional basis. And so then what Andrew Holness did, go and sue. And after he sued, he lost. Simple means that Zara Burton was being professional and what being stated is not malicious. I want Jamaican people to see this. Let us go to the next clip. Let us go to the next clip, only let us show our Jamaican people. Jamaica Observer, negotiated resolution. All right. Now, people, let me read this for you to show you that Andrew Holness has lost the case. Negotiated resolution of Holness lawsuit against 18 Degrees North. The producers of 18 Degrees North announced that they have arrived at a negotiated resolution of a lawsuit filed by Prime Minister Andrew Holness against the television investigative journalism program. In a news release issued late Monday night, the producers, Zara Burton and Global Reporters for the Caribbean, LLC, said that after the airing of the program on May 30, 2016, which revealed certain facts, let us tell the Jamaican people, which reveal what? Certain facts regarding property purchases and construction by Holness, he filed a claim for libel in the Supreme Court against both producers and TVJ. Now, a defense was filed to the claim and the matter has been resolved. The producers said, adding that they were not motivated by any malice against Mr. Holness. Okay, let us take that away. And here we are, my Jamaican people, Zara Burton, and as such that Zara Burton was successful in that case, that is the reason why we still have the 18 Degrees North video on social media where you and I can use it and the Prime Minister cannot take it down because, Andrew, you have lost the case. You have lost the case. Now, let us move into more serious investigation. This is where it is getting extremely serious. Now, let me talk to my people. Where am I going? Douglas Allen saying, no, I get no third term. Me lose my bet. Now, my Jamaican people, where am I going? Now, Where am I going is the cruelty. People, I want you to listen to me. The extreme cruelty of the Prime Minister as it relates to the Jamaican people. No regards for the Jamaican people. And I want to believe that is one of the reasons why the Prime Minister just used SOE, free willy, right? I believe that it's like Andrew Holness just naturally hate Jamaican people. For what reason, I don't know. The way how he behaved against Jamaican people. Because if you are caring for Jamaican people, here's the reason for my argument. If you are caring Prime Minister, why, as it relates to the pandemic, and you getting donations to offer to the Jamaican people, why would you convert that to your personal use, knowing that many people had lost their lives and many people were suffering? Why would you have done that? If you have any sympathy. Oh, so obviously, that is the reason why I am saying that. Now, let us show you as it relates to Zara Burton's situation and how the Prime Minister responded in defending the situation, which he cannot defend. Let us go to this clip, Holness Open House, and you are going to hear Andrew explain. But what you are not getting from Andrew while he, was explaining all of what I am going to show, Andrew Holness is not telling us the source of wealth. So I'm going to read the article, and you're going to realize within the article, Andrew Holness is just not justifying his source of wealth. Now, let us go to the article. Holness Open House. Okay, good. Now, people, here, Mr. Holness trying to justify, right, is illicit enrichment. Let me just put it, right, in plain terms so you can understand. Andrew Holness is trying to justify his illicit enrichment. Holness Open House, JLP leader says he funded Beverly Hills home from savings, salary, suppliers, credit, and loans. This is what is going to put Andrew Holness in trouble with this investigation. This is what is going to put Andrew Holness in trouble with FIDS. Let me read back this paper. This is where Andrew Holness is going to find himself in trouble with FIDS. Let us read. Holness Open House, JLP leader says he funded Beverly Hills home from savings, salary, suppliers, credit, and loans. None of this that Andrew Holness spoke about is true. This is lie that we are going to prove, and this is what is going to put Andrew Holness in deep, deep conundrum. Let us move on. Opposition leader Andrew Holness has provided details on the funding of his multi-million-dollar house in Beverly Hills, said Andrew in an attempt to respond to a smear campaign. He says the People's National Party is waging against him in the lead up to the February 25 general election. And remember, I said, people, this is where Zara Burton get the information from. Holness yesterday issued a late evening statement disclosing that, in quote, open quote, to date, the total cost of land preparation, construction, and landscaping is approximately $52 million spent over a period of 4 years, financed by my savings, salary, bank loans, and suppliers credit. People, the Integrity Commission investigation report had found none of this. Zara Burton had found none of this. So obviously the Prime Minister is lying. Let us move on. Finance Minister Dr. Peter Phillips has been heading a PNP court since November 2015 that questioned Holness financing of his home, indicating that it might not stand up to scrutiny. But Holness has sought to dismiss much of the speculation in a statement that chronicled the building process, his sources of funding, and how he became director of ADMAT, the St. Lucia registered company that purchased the land on which his mansion was built. The Jamaica Labour Party leader said the company was formed after he became education minister in 2007. People, I want you to listen. And a need to structure his personal affairs. Open quote. Consequent on the advice, I incorporated an international business company in St. Lucia. This course of action is common practice, particularly for estate planning purposes. The name of the company, ADMAT, is a combination of the names of my two sons, Adam and Matthew. I am the sole director of the company, and the company has 3 shareholders, being my sons and myself. The statement read. Holness, who has also faced disclosure calls from the Trevor Monroe-led National Integrity Action, said ADMAT was registered in 2008 and declared to the Integrity Commission, and I want you to make note because where we are going next is in deep waters, dark, deep waters. 2008, he opened ADMAT. 2008, Andrew Holness joined SSL. I want SSL to ring in every person ears that I'm speaking tonight. Let us show, right, the sequence of events, right, and how the masterminding of SSL came about. Now let us go back, right? Holness, who has also faced disclosure calls from the Trevor Monroe-led National Integrity Action, said ADMAT was registered in 2008, and let me add, and also Andrew Holness joined SSL in 2008. Bear that in mind, all the persons who are listening to me. And declared to the Integrity Commission, a creature of the Jamaican Parliament to which all members must make declarations of incomes, assets, and liabilities. Everything I own is physically in Jamaica, which is a lie. Holness said before going to outline how funds were sourced for land purchase and subsequent construction of the house. In late 2010, I started negotiation to purchase a piece of land to construct my family home. People, I want you to listen what Andrew Holness is saying, because the next document that we are going to touch is critical. So listen everything in this particular document and take key note. And I'm going to give you some advice and the notes that you need to take in this document. In January 2011, I made the first of 4 payments on the land. Now, the first 4 payments on the land, this is the Beverly Hills structure that the big mansion built on. Now, remember, I covered this before, and I told you that Andrew Holness made 4 transactions to pay for the land. So that means Andrew Holness did not have the total cash. I am guiding you through this report. So this is the evidence that I have been speaking about. I am bringing this evidence tonight, right, for clarity. In January 2011, I made the first of 4 payments on the land. Payments were completed in August 2011. The title was transferred in July 2011. Bear in mind, in 2011, the Prime Minister made 4 transactions in terms of payment for the land. He did not pay in a one-sum loan, because one-sum payment, because he did not have all the money. 2011, the Prime Minister did not have all the money, right? He made 4 transactions. I want people to pay attention, and that is one of the reasons why I'm reiterating that. Holness is denying making the notion, saying while on a visit to Jamaica, on the document, that's claim Philip leveled and questioned at a PNP rally in Manchester on Sunday. Even if that notion was indeed made. Attorney at law Patrick Bailey says it would not be unusual as Jamaican title office gives different variations on how this can be captured, including the use of the word witness in Jamaica or witness while on visit to Jamaica. Take this document away. I need to speak to my people. I have work to do, right? I have information to reveal. Let us get there. Now, let us settle our mind, capture our thoughts, and project accordingly. Where am I going next is extremely important. 2011, the Prime Minister made 4 transactions to pay for the land at Beverly Hills. 2008, Andrew Holness joined SSL. The Prime Minister, after being in SSL for 4 years, up to 2011, where we are going to look what happened in 2012, why the Prime Minister have millions of dollars. Where did the Prime Minister get millions of dollars to construct his house and use 4 years to finish the house? And the cost of the house as it relates to what Zara Burton had investigated, as it relates to the evaluator, the cost was $2 million US. People think on what I'm saying. In 2011, the Prime Minister struck for cash, used 4 transactions. But before we get there, people, we are going to rest SSL a bit. And we are going to rest 2012, where the Prime Minister started to build, and where both joined SSL 2012. Honey, this look like Bangaram. Honey. Where's the Mudan Bangaram? No, this look like Bangaram. 2011, 4 transactions to pay for the land. 2012, both joined SSL. The Prime Minister started to build his mansion in 2012. And also in 2012, Juliet Holness started to build her development at least flat. Hold it. That building now valued over $800 million. Hold it, people. I am getting there. Just bear some patience with me. So since I am speaking about SSL in the current form, because SSL now reflect in the Integrity Commission report. So then it's now mirroring as it relates to Zara Burton investigation. And since it is mirroring that, this is where I came in. What was SSL? Before SSL named SSL, let us ask some questions before I get into the document. Did the Prime Minister understand the circumstances around SSL? Yes. Did the Prime Minister aware of the situation with SSL? The answer is yes. Did the Prime Minister know who Hugh Craskery was? Yes. Is Hugh Craskery affiliated with the Jamaica Labour Party? The answer is yes. Come with me, my people. Let us visit the history and the foundation of what we now know as SSL. Let us get into the history. Let us bring up that document. Cross-carry assures court. Let us get there. I want to bring my viewers' mind in a perspective to follow a pattern, follow a sequence, follow a chronological sequence. Let us get here. Cross-carry assures court of corporation on Shenyang properties, published Wednesday. So here's cross-carry. People, here's cross-carry. Cross-carry. The Supreme Court has lifted the injunction against you, cross-carry, in its capacity as trustee of Phoenix Note Holders Trust. The stockbroker has announced in a public statement. Justice Marjorie Cole Smith had initially placed an injunction on cross-carry to May 10th and had given him 14 days to declare the locations of all assets held by him on behalf of Phoenix, whether in his own name or nominees. People, I want you to listen. Cross-carry says he has given his undertaking to the court not to dispose of any assets held by the trust without notice or consent. The assets were frozen in mid-April on the application of Jamaica's Solicitor General Michael Hilton QC at the time, because Queen Elizabeth was the Queen at the time, who had traced ownership of the properties held by Phoenix to Paul Cheng Young, former head of the collapsed Eagle Group of companies. The Miami court has since lifted the freeze on Cheng Young, which means he's free to transact business with them in that jurisdiction. Let us read on. Cross-carry said of his role in the trust that he acted purely in a representative capacity as trustee for a small group of investors who put up the funds to purchase houses. As trustee, he ensured that their investments were protected, and the statement said, just as all cross-carry ensure that the investors in SSL is protected. What an irony. People, I want you to follow me. Bar. The courts in Jamaica and Florida had barred Chen Young and cross-carry. Let me read back that over. Let me read back that over. Bar. The courts in Jamaica and Florida had barred Chen Young and cross-carry for disposing of the assets on the application of Eagle Merchant Bank and Crown Eagle Life, two of Chen Young's former companies commandeered by the Jamaican government at the advent of the financial sector meltdown. Cross-carry has again asserted that the freezing order was not related to its securities brokerage stocks and security limited. Let me repeat that. Let me repeat that. You let me repeat that. Cross-carry has again asserted that the freezing order was not related to its securities brokerage stocks and security limited, formerly Paul Cheng Young and Associates. People, I want you to get that and let that sink into your cranium. Let me read back that over. To tell the Jamaican people where SSL is coming from under the bandulism of Paul Cheng Young and the same you cross-carry. This is who Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark affiliated with, knowing that they know that this had committed, and this is the situation that caused the meltdown in 1995. This is what caused the financial meltdown in 1995. The amount of robbery and atrocity, Paul Cheng Young, and we are cross-carry hiding assets for Paul Cheng Young. Let us read that back over. Cross-carry has again asserted that the freezing order was not related to his securities brokerage stocks and security limited, formerly Paul Cheng Young and associates, of which he is a chairman. This to show you that cross-carry got this company from Paul Cheng Young, and cross-carry rename it into SSL. Hilton presented evidence to the Kingston and Miami courts showing that Cheng Young, despite a court order on May 4, 2006, to declare his assets and not to deal with or dispose of any properties without approval. What had done, people? Listen what had done. Had transferred 19 properties to cross-carry on May 12. Let us read that back over. When cross-carry talking about he's innocent and he doesn't know anything about SSL investors. You have done this before, you cross-carry. You have carried out this viciousness before. Evidence in this paragraph. Hilton presented evidence to the Kingston and Miami court showing that Cheng Young, despite a court order on May 4, 2006, to declare his asset and not to deal with or dispose of any properties without approval, had transferred 19 properties to cross-carry on May 12, just days after the judgment against him to pay over $900 million plus interest. 3 other properties were transferred to cross-carry on May 24 and June 15 of that same year. The former Eagle boss also held 170 Florida properties in a company of which he was president, director, and treasury. Contempt of court hearing against Cheng Young are set for July 5th, at which time, right, the Solicitor General is expected to argue for this imprisonment, for his imprisonment. Let us take that away.
I was saying to highlight the date that it's May 23rd, 2007.
And 7.
That this was unfolding.
Right? Now, my Jamaican people. So we have a history. Yes. Where SSL is concerned. So the question, did the Prime Minister know of this history? Yes. He knew very well of this history. Right? He knew very well of this history. And yet the Prime Minister, having known this history, have an account as a can do what he claimed in SSL. In SSL. And getting money from SSL when SSL was investing, SSL was stealing investors' money. The question, how did the Prime Minister profile account, right, get return on investment when SSL was investing? Jamaica, don't be stupid. The question to the Prime Minister Andrew Holness today, sir, how did you get return on investment when SSL was not investing clients' money? They were stealing clients' money. So how could you get return on your investments? George Smith said, Mystic Sensation, who he is not able to restrain by gag order like his cabinet, he is threatening to sue. Strong tactics. Yeah. Yeah, we hear him. let us get to the heart of the wickedness and the extreme wickedness of the Prime Minister, where SSL is concerned. The Prime Minister knows very well the history of SSL. And so then tonight, we are going to see, as it relates to why Nigel Clark, why Andrew Holness, knowing very well what SSL did, what Paul Chenyong and Associates had done in 1995, causing the financial meltdown. Why did you associate yourself with SSL? Why? And why, let me ask you the question, why is it you alone benefited from SSL? People need to think in your cranium. Everyone else lose from SSL. Only the Prime Minister and you cross-carry benefited from SSL. Why? That is, sir, you need to come and explain that. FID need to ask you these questions. Now, let us show you the ultimate wickedness in terms of what the Prime Minister had done. But before I go there, we remember when Portia Simpson, right, has to use certain austerity measures, and so then he has to use certain money from NHT, right, to catch up the budget. And where the Jamaica Labour Party went against that, tried to tear down Portia Simpson, tear down Portia Simpson. But look, people, what Andrew Holness, Nigel Clark has now done with SSL on the next clip. Let us get to the next clip. NHT among public bodies. Read it for me. Yeah.
Okay, so this is dated January 24, 2023. NHF and NHT, which is National Health Fund and the National Housing Trust, among public bodies with funds invested in scandal hit SSL. Several public bodies have significant sums invested at the fraud hit Stocks and Securities Limited. Finance Minister Dr. Clark has revealed. Clark made the revelation Monday during a press conference to address the unfolding fraud at the investment firm, which has affected dozens of investors, including national icon Usain Bolt, whose account has reportedly been fleeced of $12.75 million US dollars, or approximately Jamaican $2 billion. The massive multi-billion fraud is the biggest in the last 2 decades and perhaps the largest in Jamaica's history. Clark, in response to questions from reporters, shared that the National Health Fund has a balance of approximately $740 million. The National Housing Trust has a balance of $238 million. The NIF, which is the National Insurance Fund, has a balance of $8.4 million. The Jamaica Agricultural Society has a balance of just under $9 million. And the Jamaica Banana Industry Catastrophe Fund has a balance of $98,285. This is the information that has been provided to me by the temporary manager of SSL, Clark says. SSL is the second oldest brokerage firm in Jamaica with more than 9,000 accounts, with 6,000 of which are said to be active. The securities dealer has approximately 300 accounts and private wealth management.
Okay, take it away, honey. Now let me talk to the people as it relates to the next clip that I am going to present. Now we have seen Nigel Clark, right? Yeah. Now, as according to him, going to the IMF. But we have seen the Prime Minister as it relates to the Integrity Commission report and how the Prime Minister uses his company as it relates to so-called charity, right? channeling money through, right, its company, but then pocket it or converted it to its personal use. Not only the Prime Minister had done that. So what I want to show Jamaica in this twist, that Nigel Clark seems to be running away from other things. Let us get back to, again, one of the best investigators in the Caribbean, Zara Burton, who take a peep into Nigel Clark. So then we're going to see some patterns, a very similar behavior with Nigel Clark, so-called charity foundation. And you're going to see other patterns with other member of parliament, possibility of the other illicit, right, persons for illicit enrichment, members of parliament, who the Integrity Commission, taking out companies, utilizing it as charity, and converting the money to their personal use, using the Jamaican people. Let us get into Nigel Clark, 18 degrees north. Now let us bring it up for the people. Did Jamaica's Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark, use a tax-exempt charity for political purposes? And can he? The question asks. Now, last month, Jamaica Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark, won praise for the country's removal from the international grey list of the global watchdog Financial Action Task Force. For the past 4 years, he had been the ministerial point person on enhancing the country's counterterrorism financing and anti-money laundering regime, including getting Parliament to pass legislation to strengthen monitoring of the nation's non-profit sector. And in the meantime, hypocritically, look on what he has been doing. Here is Nigel Clark, hypocritically, right? Enhancing the country's counterterrorism financing and anti-money laundering regime, including getting Parliament to pass legislation to strengthen monitoring of the nation's non-profit sector. And in the meantime, look what is happening. But an 18 degrees north probe has found that Dr. Clark's own tax-exempt charity deserves scrutiny. My. This is the hypocrite of the day. His Growth and Opportunity Trust Limited, set up to serve his Northwest St. Andrew constituency by providing relief of property and to promote the advancement of good citizenship and community development, right? That is what he set up the fund for. Has raised more than $91 million, 631,000 US dollars, 644 in donations from unexplained sources between its inception in 2018 and 2023. It's also spent about $84 million, 581,460 over that same time period, with little indication as to how that money was spent. So there is no proof, right? Nowhere that investigation show that all the money that go into Nigel Clark so-called charity foundation and where he put it up, relief of poverty. This is how they manipulate the poor people, collecting money on behalf of the poor people, but they are not seeing 1 cent. The money is converting to their personal use. I want people to understand what I'm reading here. Over that same time period, with little indication as to how that money was spent. Of note is that the foundation 2 most lucrative hauls occurred during election years, according to the foundation financial file at the company's office beginning in January 2023. So some of these charities as related to Nigel Clark, Andrew Holness, and the other illicit members who we don't know, right? some of those charities that they are setting up. Also, you don't know who are the persons who are funding these charity on it. It could be drug dealers. It could be all sort of persons, illicit persons. So this is how the charity foundations being used as a laundry machine, right? And whenever these laundry machine being turned on in Jamaica and being washing, we stay here in Canada and hear them loud, ringing, right? Because we hear like a laundry machine ringing in. Okay, let us move on. Now, people, I want to show you, right, this barcode scale of the income expenditure of the Growth Opportunity Trust, right here. Notice 2018, how much gone into the trust? $27.8 million. Here it is, people, 2018. And this was when Nigel Clark, right, is doing his campaign. So what we are seeing here, people, let me let you understand it. There's a large amount of money, $27.8 million during Nigel Clark campaign in 2018, right? But after the campaign, people, what you notice, it dies down. You see like 15.5 million in 2019, 8.2 million, right? 10.3 million. But look again, people, when the election coming again in 2020, what we see happen here, during the COVID, people, Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark during the COVID, these things are happening during the COVID, Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark. Look what happened, $35.3 million get into Nigel Clark Charity 2020. This was the election. So 2018 was the election, was Nigel Clark campaign to get into Parliament. 2020 was the general election where $35.3 million went into Nigel Clark Charity Foundation. And see, when there is no election, 2021, 1.6, it dropped to 5.8, a little in 2022, right, 9.7, 2020, in 2023, 15.3, 12.3, right, 2023. Now, this is what you're talking about. In 2018, the year Dr. Clark was first elected to Parliament in a special election, the foundation took in roughly $28 million, or $198,196, which sank to just over about 8 million, or in US dollars, 56,854 in 2019. In 2020, the year of the general election, donations shot up again, surpassing $35 million, or in US dollars, 244,349. They plunge again in 2021 and 1.6 billion. Let us take that away. So I think that the people get the idea in terms of what I am talking. Because since I am on the last document, we are going to stress and argue a bit, and then we get to Jeopardy, because we know that Jeopardy people are waiting. So let us start now, people. Right? When we look and see, as it relates to money go into the Prime Minister so-called charity foundation, and where the evidence as it relates to the investigation of the Integrity Commission investigators found out that, okay, these money that put into the Prime Minister charity foundation had now been misappropriated, embezzled, right? And converted to the Prime Minister's own personal use. It's now in the Prime Minister's personal account, bank account. Think of what I'm saying to you, people. Now, here is Nigel Clark. That we see that Nigel Clark also a charity foundation. And what is happening? What is happening to it? Right? Who are the persons who are funding, putting money into these as it relates to Nigel Clark? Who are they? right? And so then jobs, barons could be pushing money into Nigel Clark Charity Foundation. One thing is for sure, that Nigel Clark Charity Foundation, in his 2018 campaign, a lot of money pushed into that. 2020, for the general election, again, a lot of money, up to $35 million, pushed into that. Now, and based on Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness, you will never able to get the identity of these persons who are funding these campaigns. Now, let me switch and ask PSOJ a question. So PSOJ, you have seen the investigation report that carried out by the Integrity Commission investigators. And you have seen clearly, right, what being pursued here. Tax evasions and illicit enrichment and possibly money laundering. I noticed that I have not been hearing anything from the PSOJ. PSOJ, please talk to us. Tell the Jamaican people as it relates to what you think pertaining to the Integrity Commission investigation and where the Prime Minister stands. And do you believe that the Prime Minister should stand in the way, right, to prevent the investigation, or the Prime Minister should step aside and allow the investigation to carry on? We are asking these questions. Umbrella group of churches. Let me call upon you, since you talk about morality. Is the umbrella group of churches going to respond in saying that enough is enough? We need transparency and balance. Where is the umbrella group of church? Where is the PSOJ in terms of this dilemma? However, let me give a warning before I hand over, right? Before I take some calls, because I'll be taking some calls. Let me give a warning, my Jamaican people. You have seen what I have expressed here tonight. I am asking you that you are going to get the opportunity to make a difference, in both your life, your children's life, and your generation life. What we are talking about, voters, is we are building a nation. We want to have transparency in our government, good leadership in our government. And so, in saying this, we are asking you that if you are not enumerated, September the 30th is the last that you're going to get the opportunity to enumerate. Please, for persons who have not yet enumerated, bear in mind of the information, bear in mind that you're an independent thinker, bear in mind that you need to weigh in the balance where the evidence or evidences are concerned. You look on them, you assess them. Please, we are providing you with this research so that you can make an informed decision in putting the X beside the Ed. Putting the X beside the Ed. I will wait my moment, and I am now taking calls. For any persons who want to call and want to peruse, I am holding for 5 minutes for the calls. If not, then I am handing over to Wifey.
Okay, guys, so the number is streaming across the screen. It's a WhatsApp number 587-568-6287. So anybody who wants to have their voices heard, you can call in and speak. Let's see.
But no one not calling Mystic Sensation. What is going on? Right? Someone call me, man. All right, so we will just linger for a few minutes. If call me and we can talk about anything that anything that you didn't understand in terms of my communication, because I don't believe that I am that brilliant and there's nothing to talk about. I covered all what needs to be covered and what you need to be what you need to hear. You have heard it, and then let us talk. Let us converse. Oh yeah, I'm getting a call right then and there. You didn't even see that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Sister Monica, for calling. Go ahead. You're...
Oh, I don't have anything much to say. I'm just repeating something I heard.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm turning down my TV. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, I understand that the Prime Minister will be in New York tomorrow afternoon on a town hall meeting with the diaspora.
Yes.
And I also understand, I got some understanding today, some information that they want the people from the diaspora, if you want to ask a question, you have to send in the question before, because I guess the moderator is going to choose which questions can be asked.
Okay.
Or can be posed to the Prime Minister. So my only prayer is that he doesn't turn up.
But just imagine, sister, that has to be embarrassing for the Prime Minister in terms of persons that they are setting up a system to scrutinize persons who are going to ask questions. Because obviously, I think
is a whole thing.
Exactly. And he doesn't want to answer any questions pertaining to the investigation as it relates to the Integrity Commission investigators. So he doesn't want to deal with those questions, I believe.
Yeah, I saw it on one of the platforms today where the person was saying that they send out messages saying that you have to pose you have to send in the question, and it has to be edited and whatever before it's posted.
Unbelievable.
I don't care a biscuit.
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
I don't think he's going to turn up. I don't think he's going to go, because little did he know that people make arrangements already. I heard people saying they're going around there with their placards tomorrow.
Oh my God. I want to presume that it is going to be an embarrassment for him.
Well, if the weather is good, people going to go, and they're already giving one another direction how to get to it's Lehman College, one of the city universities,
yes,
one of the city colleges. So that's where he's going to be, but not on the campus of the college. I think there is a hall or something.
Yes.
So that's where he's going to be at. Oh, and you had what's her name? She was in Canada yesterday or the day before.
Okay, who are you making reference to?
Miss Johnson Smith.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Camila Johnson Smith. Okay.
She was in Canada. I saw her on a platform where she was in Canada, and all she was doing is flailing her arms. I couldn't make out one thing she was in. I said, you know what, fire there must still.
And them thing a cool breeze. All right.
Anyway, that was my contribution. So I'm kind of tired right now, so I'm gonna get off the phone and let somebody else call.
Okay. Thank you for your input. Really appreciate it.
Have a good weekend.
Same to you, my dear.
Thanks.
All right.
Let me just call back the person who was calling.
Yes. Okay.
Guys, the line's open again. Okay, there.
Okay. All right. Yes. Thank you, caller, for calling. You're on live with Mystic Sensation. Go ahead. Hi. What's up? What's up, Patricia?
Me do a little operation for my foot. I still got conference Sunday, and you should have seen me.
Hey!
Hey! The crowd is too big. Who manage it?
What do you mean?
But anyway, me tell myself, I want to tell you,
Yes.
and the whole out. I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Yes.
Every breath of me. You know, see other one, no, I say what people have said come true.
Yes.
You see, say the higher the monkey climb, the more exposed.
There you go.
You
There
see,
you go.
say right is right and wrong is wrong, and one day we have to give account for what we do.
Exactly.
You know, see how this big nose man bring down disgrace for our country.
It's really
And we pick me, we're not born yet. And you have some people still hang on upon him. But this is just the beginning. Because my God promised me, say, in now living neither in our forsake we. Just wait. Because 1,000 years in this sight is like an evening gone. This wicked man locked down church. And when he done he got church and look prayer. Me see him for 100 program here. God in the people I pray and I pray for him. If God didn't turn like man out to me out there, I did try him. Right? This wicked man. Have people that pay 200,000 after the mass. You collect your whole life money, them are running from. You imagine one person of 28 bank account?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And I don't believe Adam Stewart, then we have big hotel and them and they have so much.
Oh, no.
And we have a few because you have to do business different. But what you are doing too much. And if my memory serves me right, I believe they say when you become a politician, even if you have your private business, put in a blind trust.
You are to put it in a blind trust. You are to.
Yes.
Yes.
So how this man have so much money?
Crazy.
But me have to tell him, you know, and Andrew Wallace, yeah, listen, you know, listen to what them program, your money now go save you.
So
the
true.
cry of the people is upon you. The people went dead in the hospital without little mercy. Then yeah, you after they find you. Them the West long hospital in a chair for 1 day. Then yeah, water they find you. Them people they will go to school and we can't find little lunch to give them. Then yeah, water they find you. Imagine you live in a country where $1,000 can give you a night dinner for you and you. Even a family of four, $1,000 can't give a good balance dinner for you and a family of 4 or 3. Imagine that.
That's serious.
Buried blue and instead of nothing dropping light bill, you know, double light bill per week. You have blue and digital just do what they want, do what they feel like. People bank them money in a bank and them money gone. If you had never Jamaican want to open a bank account, you must go find JP to tell us anyone. And you want to have 28 bank account. I don't know bank people and private sector. You know, hell go out.
Hey,
What to the Jamaican people? You know, hell go out. You know, a murderer, $15,000 for minimum wage. And you have much million apart from one bank. And the man is so wicked if me I read right. He put on him a mama in an account. And he said account when he said mama give. He have your transfer push money to and from. Then the woman have to go and to the money there. If I feel your bank book has so much millions to go through it. If when the right investigator come in, I have to go and to it. Eh?
Exactly. Same way, so you're right. Exactly.
Eh? You put your power away there and one you. Eh? And all man, you go put in a mix up now. But it just starts.
Exactly.
Otherwise, people are talking about Mark holding soft and Mark holding this, Mark holding brought up, drag up.
So
Mark
right.
Bolin have one tongue.
So true.
Mark Bolin is a man of integrity. So Mark Bolin now go take my can come from platform and I pick up in chest and I disrespect people and I tell lies. You say take time I walk and I go and I think you're my chance. And when in talk everybody at chamber, you don't think you don't get anything yet. You must go down and do all this and it is cool. I'm here one ugly bush rat team. I talk about them a back prime minister. I see your backside. They make sure say you got as much pampers. You make sure say you got as much pampers and get the oversized one we can hold enough.
Why is
I
Sister Pat?
good on she Babs great, she.
Sister Pat,
I
take the
like
belt
young girl,
tonight.
them wrap up in a green and white. And if you like, the cry of the people is up on Uno. And to all these people put you in a politics. Not to come feed them or to make them have a better living condition. Byron,
Yes,
I can tell you something. I go to Kingston Sunday. And the best piece of road on the highway, when we are come back, we drive downtown and go Marcus Garvey Drive. And let me tell you, in the heart of the city of Kingston, some pothole in a road.
My
All
goodness.
from Paddington Road where you enter the capital of the country. Some pothole in the road. That's me, I thought to myself, say, how am I there? I'm not from my country, this. Eh? The city, the capital of Jamaica, full of pothole. Mighty God of Daniel. Eh? You don't do nothing. You mash up education, you mash up health, you mash up our infrastructure, you have with us a ton with a thief, and you don't send a police boy with a chop right. And now I have biggest chopper because you're bad minded boy, then we are chop. You want do it while I chopping. You? Anyway,
Bless
I
up,
know
my
me
sister.
alone. So I make that the work. I want to do continue. And we prayers is with you. And whole fast soul said because plant the tree and see that bear fruit.
Thank you.
That's for sure. So not tell no lie.
No lie. Okay.
Bearing fruit and God is with you know.
Blessings.
And thank you, whatever you know, I do have to do now. Had that business I do. But because of the love of country.
Yeah, man. Love my people, yeah, man.
When we salute you.
Blessings.
And to Mrs. Brian, yeah, every good man is a good man.
Yes. If it's solid behind me, man. All right. Blessing, sister. Love you.
God bless you, man. Yes, man. I'm going to talk because you teach me.
Okay.
It ain't nothing about it.
All right.
I know, me right.
Blessings.
Thank you.
Yes, man. All right.
Have a good weekend.
All right. That is my sister, Patricia. God and Good Road. Yes, caller, you are on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead, please.
Hello, good night.
Hello, good night, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, myself.
I'm probably one of your youngest viewers. I'm 18 years old.
Woo!
I'm currently doing my CAPE subjects at the Money College, so
Wow.
I can study law at UA, hopefully.
Thank you.
So
all the best.
I'm aware of the political situation happening right now
Yes.
in Jamaica, and I heard you mention that we should put or X beside the. I'm not familiar. I'm just 18, so you said we should put the X beside the head, right? That's
Yes.
PNP.
Yes.
All right. My concern is I'm aware that the JLP is. I'm aware that the Prime Minister is dishonest. Him and his comrades. I'm aware of that. But my concern is if the People's National Party can actually sustain the country and if they are any better.
Okay, let me say this to you. Very good question, and you are someone who pursuing for good information so that you can make an informed decision. And so then I love the questions that you ask. So let me begin by saying one of the things that we need to do in terms of seeking as it relates to the political party, if I want to make up a mind in terms of voting for a political party, right? You're going to do research and you're going to make comparison. One of the things as it relates to the political mandate, but you want to go beyond that in terms of what are the achievements, right, that both political party have done, and what are the policies that implemented by both political party that you see those policies, right, even today, right, stand to dominate and to shape a nation forward, right? What are programs that being utilized by what party? Now, you can also do research in terms of, okay, when this political party in power, how, how the crime look, how the economy, you understand, wheel itself in terms of inflation, in terms of the poverty rate. And you will see that when you're doing these research, you will realize that, okay, the People's National Party always come out ahead. Not only that, when they talk about one of the important things in terms of shaping an economy, right, and of good governance, is that you should always aim for a party that, when it comes to corruption, right, they discipline persons who breach. Now, the history will tell you that from 1954, right, until now, as we speak, we have more than 11 Jamaica Labour Party members of parliament who are found to be corrupted and processed through the judiciary. So take a comparison in terms of the People's National Party. Is this the same with the People's National Party? Then you also will realize that as we speak today, there is not one member of the People's National Party being processed through the judiciary and found guilty. Then you ask yourself the question, why is that so? No. So this is a situation in terms of, okay, it appears that as if the People's National Party is very more serious when it comes to going against corruption. Now, currently as we speak, and what you have seen unfolding with the Jamaica Labour Party, which seems to be that this is something that is going to roll into more than a, the largest mountain. You know that the Blue Mountain of Jamaica measure what, 7,402 feet above sea level. I can tell you that this corruption is going to go above that, right? Based on what you see coming out with the Prime Minister as it relates to the possibility of money laundering, how they are using, shell companies to, you understand, companies creating charity companies. But then
pause you right there.
Yes.
I read this article. I think it was either $14 billion or $14 million being allocated to a tax administration in Anata Bay, and when they did the research, that tax administration in Anata Bay, it's there's nobody there. It's not even a functioning company.
There you go.
They're literally laundering money in front of our faces.
Exactly.
And then I tried to talk. I was in a taxi a couple weeks ago. I'm trying to talk to an elder about it. He's unaware. Most Jamaicans are unaware. And it's sad to see. But I want to ask you this question.
Yes, go ahead.
When I watched the news about last week, I saw Mr. Golding. He's not really setting a great example for a leader. He's having Vibes Cartel endorsing his political party. I don't think that's a good look based on the evidence brought against Vibes Cartel. I don't feel like a man with actual integrity or morals would bring an actual criminal to endorse his political party.
Okay, all right.
And
okay,
also,
please finish. Please finish. Please finish.
Also, I did some research on Mr. Golding. I realized that he's an investment banker, and he was also the one that helped. He helped. I wouldn't say he helped, but he facilitated in the release of Vibes Cartel by. I think he helped fire Miss Paula Lewin. I know she was pushing for the retrial, but I think it was very connected how he managed to facilitate his freedom, and also it shows like a kind of lack of morality when you deep things like that. So I just want to know if if those are the only two choices we have, I realize we have a third party that no one really talks about. There's a third. If it's not, I realize Jamaicans, they only look at JLP or PNP, but I looked at the UIC manifesto and they seem very promising. Why does nobody talk about the UIC?
Okay, so I can go ahead and answer your question?
Sure.
Okay, let us speak about Vibes Cartel. And I'm glad you asked this question, right? Because obviously you're seeking for answers, right? And as it relates to your thought process on it and where you believe that Mark Golden is in the wrong. So let me say it to you. And here you are. I think you said earlier that you are in pursuit in studying for law to become a lawyer. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Now, since you're in pursuit in terms of studying law, the tenets of the law as it relates to a person, right, being charged as to deal with the process of to be treated innocent until proven guilty. Do you believe that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, based on the fact as it relates to that tenants, right, Vibes Cartel was charged for an offense, right? I want you to follow me. My question to you, did Vibes Cartel found guilty?
He was found guilty.
Okay, no, we are talking about, remember, as it relates to the process, because if you say you found someone guilty and that person appealed, the person has a right to appeal, right? So the person,
yes, he's not guilty.
Exactly. So this is where I want you to have your mind on, right?
Okay.
That it goes to the highest court. The highest court simply means the court that has the experience, right? All the knowledge, right, that would govern and supersedes, right, certain court level. So now you're at the highest court, and the highest court is saying that there was a miscarriage of justice. So then the status of Vibes Cartel would be what, as we speak?
Okay, it would be not guilty, but I want to make this clear that even though he was released fair and square, fair and square by law, but we have to acknowledge that there's a major flaw in the legal system, right? Because their whole point of reasoning was that he was denied a trial due to jury misconduct, right? They said the one member of the jury, he was paid $500,000 to vote not guilty, which in Cartel's case, that would help him. So when you look at that evidence, you would realize that that would help Vibes Cartel in his case. So you can tell that there is a kind of disconnect in...
No, hold on. Let me stop you there. Hold on. Let me stop you there. I wouldn't call that evidence when you look on that allegation, because there is no source. There is no source, right, as it relates to the evidence that Vibes Cartel, right, did influence these people. So remember that you are going to do law now, you know.
Right.
So you have to be careful.
And I thank you for correcting me, because I was looking for the word and you used the right word. Allegation.
Exactly.
It's not evidence. I apologize.
Okay.
So yes, there was an allegation that there was $500,000 to a member of the jury to vote not guilty.
Yes.
Right? And they said he was denied a fair trial due to the neglect of due diligence by the prosecution. Her point of reasoning was that basically 10-1 is the same as 11-0.
Yes.
And in the case of law, that you cannot make those type of mistakes. And it is why he's roaming free right now. And may I remind you that there is videos of Cartel, there is DNA evidence in the pit bull's mouth. So it's not a reason to if he's guilty now. It is that he's guilty because we literally have video evidence.
No. Hold on.
You have to go according
You
to the
have to
court
go
of law.
according to the court of law, and remember that you are pursuing the law. Let me say this to you, my friend, and I'm glad that we are having this
Tell him that you have a degree in criminal justice,
Yes.
so you can see.
Yes. Let me say this to you, and I'm glad that we are having this conversation, right? When you are dealing with evidences, right? You cannot allow perception to intertwine with those evidence. You have to read the evidence accordingly, right? So you can't presenting a case and you are telling the judge that you believe it's my opinion, right? Perception. That doesn't work in the court of law, right? The evidence has to be utilized accordingly. And so then what we have here, right, is where we have, right, the highest court as it relates to the Privy Council is now saying to us that there was a fundamental flaw. And let us argue from a different perspective. The system, my friend, right, to the fact that there was a premise set as it relates to a Michael Manley case that had previously tried, where you have a tampered jury and where the entire jury was dismissed. And so then there was a premise that's set where the DPP should have followed. So then, exactly. So you, the DPP, who would be aware of that tenants, right? Knowing that, okay, if you have a tampered jury, in the name of justice, to seek justice, to ensure fair and balance, what do you think the DPP should have done?
She should have
dismissed the entire jury. Exactly. So on that premises now, let us deal with what we have here. We have an innocent person, regardless of what persons may think, that people are calling criminal. And so then when you call, when persons call this man criminal, they can be sued. So then, all right, since we move away that criminal element, or that criminal allegation, right? Vybz Kartel is now an ordinary citizen. You understand, that has no criminal record, and so then I don't see, you understand, anything going against a political party having Vybz Kartel as a citizen of Jamaica, right? He can support any party he wants, and furthermore, if Vybz Kartel want to run to become a member of parliament, let it be. And let me say why. It goes again, because remember, right? Look at Mandela. Look at Nelson Mandela, right? Nelson Mandela had gone through in terms of getting conviction in prison and so forth and so forth. But Nelson Mandela came out and he ran for president, and Nelson Mandela became president. You remember that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The DPP and Mark Golding, you need to get on top of that part.
Yes. So we have to understand as it relates to the DPP, right? Where the DPP, right, made such a grave error. And yes, Mark Golding, right, is definitely now calling out the DPP errors as usual. You want to say something on it?
No, what he was talking about was Mark Golding causing the DPP to be out of office, and that was not so.
Okay, no, it is not Mark Golding that caused the DPP to be out of office. So I also want to correct that as well. Not Mark Golding.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I hope I win you over now. I want you to put the X beside the head.
I also asked that question about UIC. You guys don't recognize the third party.
All right. And I'm glad you asked that. So let me answer you, because this also is going to, because the reason why I'm talking to you, it's important for me to have this conversation as it relates to persons who are who in that mindset like you, and we have the opportunity to give them the reason as to make an informed decision. Here's the reason why. I'm not saying that UIC is not has good policies. That is not what we are saying here. No, we have one here. This is what I want to reason with you. We have one here as it relates to, making a formidable decision, right, as it relates to the two political parties. There's no way that UIC is going to canvass with all MPs throughout the island, and then UIC, right, can able to, you understand, win a general election. It is impossible. It cannot happen. So then, exactly. So then, what would be the better choice?
It would definitely be the less corrupt government.
Okay, well, if you want to say that. If you want to say that.
Okay, let me talk about, because it's still on my mind regarding what he said about Mark Golding and the DPP.
Yes.
What happened is that the DPP had served her time in office, and she wanted an extension, which she was granted. And after that extension was about to expire, she wanted another extension, which was unlawful according to the Constitution. So Mark Golding had to take that to court. So hence, the decision was made that it is unlawful, so she needs to get out of office. She's done her term. She needs to pass the baton to the next qualified person, which she is refusing to do. Why? That's what you need to ask yourself.
Yeah, and then remember that when she was taking over from the previous DPP, the previous DPP step aside and give her the reign. So then why can't she, step aside?
And give it
since
to somebody
she reached the age of retirement and go.
And she got extension already.
And then she had an extension already. What do you think about that?
I think it's unlawful.
Okay,
thank you.
That's what Mark Golding contested and won.
Exactly.
That's all it was.
So I hope you change your opinion about Mark Golding. I find him to be honest. He's a person of integrity, and you understand that's the way to go. All right. You have any more questions for me before I go on?
No, I want to thank you for educating me.
Blessing, my son. Blessings.
Blessings. Have a good weekend.
And people in the comments, I see your comments, and you're right. My family is a JLP, but I have a mind of my own.
Thank you.
Okay,
That's
good.
why I'm here. That's why I'm asking these questions, because I'm way younger than all of you in
Yes.
the comments, and I'm still trying to learn. And I think they should take pride in a young person doing that instead of being so ignorant.
No. It's wonderful in terms of, you and I are having this conversation. And, because I know you can share the knowledge with other young persons, and we want to win you over.
Want you to make the right decision.
Want you to make the right decision. So anyway, thank you. So it was a wonderful conversation. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate you as well.
Okay,
Thank you. Blessings.
Have a wonderful weekend.
All right. Any more call before we go?
Yeah,
Any more call? Okay, call coming in.
Keep the calls coming. It's okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, caller, for calling in. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead, please.
Good night.
Good night.
You know, I'm realizing I do, but you when the parliament. You hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. We are hearing you clear.
Yeah. So what is it at parliament? What they doing? Come after everything done and then decide say you more make a speech. But after making the speech, nobody cannot question it. Right?
Yes.
And then him paint that picture and leave it out in the public, like the 7 pages that he said that he read. The whole thing is 171. He read 7 pages and said 7 pages. He was convinced that he was innocent. That just as
yes.
That he was innocent. And then after him talk and do all end up that $300. After him do all him do know him start paint up a picture of the integrity of the IC. Like the IC was the problem. The IC now doing thing on time and him now do this. and him a waste more millions of dollars on investigating him instead of investigate. Him even tell you I see what he should investigate.
Yes. Well, obviously, right, you know that he's a narcissist, right? He's just trying to use deflective tactics, diversion tactics, and do all of what he can do. But I am telling you, my friend, that it is just the smoke. The fire is coming. That's all I can say to you.
When you comment on 30 million over a 4-year investigation, right?
Yes.
And you consider that as a waste. Nigel Clark with a team of accountants can use $1 billion for stuff in new pay package, you know.
Exactly. Exactly.
So you know, remember him supposed to have the staff to do it.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
what he's there for. I'm not supposed to get no other agent to do that. And him saying pay $1 billion to do it. But the Andrew Holness let go. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Nigel Clark take out $20 million out of the finance ministry go buy racehorse.
Crazy.
And nobody no seems like nothing wrong with that. Nigel Clark used $150 million to investigate things that can then show with the report.
You're on point, my friend. You're on point.
So when you tell me that use $30 million over a 4-year period to investigate, how that become? How are we wasting the money that hour?
Because you see, it goes against him. When it goes against him, it's a waste.
Man, me live in Jamaica, you know, man. And when me listen to some people, you know, me I said they're not so we fool.
You remember me tell you that?
Me see all the children, Desmond Mackenzie definitely come out and tell us a war, you know. Before Andrew Holness, before them give up, them a war. You know, you man, them must take it to the street.
Are you serious? I never hear that.
Yeah, that's coming on the street in news. Desmond Mackenzie saying they must take it to the street.
Yeah?
What kind of leaders are they? Kind of so-called leaders are they? They want to put people's lives in danger.
Look what the man do. You take $70 billion donation fund to give poor people and buy shares in a company. And you as a Jamaican, nothing wrong with that?
Crazy, my friend. Crazy, my friend. I'm telling you.
No, man, we stick out there, so man, stick.
Wow.
The man, when you listen to when you read through the paper, even the 4 bamboo when get it from, you know. One of them was active, you know.
Yes.
One of the bamboo was active, 2 million passed through it recently, 1 point passed through it after that. One of the girls going up on the program with Dean Jackson, she said one of the bamboo active. So you know what you want you to do for me, you know?
Yes.
This girl will work with the integrity, with the IC. We always gotta go Andrew. We need a background check on this girl, you know. Because you could have find someone that were only who are late fee. Vaz.
Yes, doing Vaz.
And you fine him, you charge him.
And them agree to pay.
And then the other criminal name. When they do things, you know, see no wrongdoing. How that work?
That show gross biasness. So you are perfectly right. And what you said in terms of
need a background check, man.
Yeah,
She need a background check, man.
I do.
She must have some connection.
I do agree with you. I do agree with you because
And Andre, you know, say she must have one ex-family member we work with. Somebody digging at the housing shows. Art. And she has left us on leave because of some corruption too. So it's just a bag of cronies.
Systematic corruption. No two way about it.
It's not about it's not about a country and being
And good governance. Yes.
Just everybody him just want to be in a Michael Lee Chin and the Adams Stewart them league. And you know, the next thing we need to do one again, because really, for fact, you know, we know where no money come from, you know. You see, You see the money then when people send, you see like when you see Nigeria and all of them are taking money when people donate people with.
Yes.
But the next company was big in it. And you go and say, good boy in it, you know. One man in it, you know. You see the man, all the one when he done Webby. Remember, you know, a $93 billion film company make when the whole world locked down, you know.
Wow.
When the whole world locked down, he make the biggest profit in the history of Grace Kennedy.
Wow.
How that work?
How does that work? How does that work? You're perfectly right.
Shipping and handling, no goods now got chew or nothing. And he make 90, but you know how we make it? The money where people donate to Jamaica pass through Western Union and one bank named Global Jamaica Global Bank where Grace Kennedy was. So all of them the money they chop. Can you see people are going Western Union every day they go no money no day. Every day they go remember the 2020 election, Nigel Clark tell you see you call them at the Western Union. How those there but what they go do?
All right. All right, Bridget.
That way beneath it, that way beneath to go through. You need Zara beneath to go through, that way be filed too.
Well, if we have to do that, then you know we have to do that.
Remember, that way be right now, that way be when I did start one must be biggest shareholder in a Grace Kennedy, you know. Because I must see man to one of the in wife, I must see one of the daughter, you know, so in between one and wife, they must have the biggest share in a Grace Kennedy.
Wow.
So appeal the corruption and go on, they just thief money. So when you
Left, right, and center.
Get the donation and the pass through Western Union, you don't get it, or you get a push up small amount.
All right. So,
all right, thank you.
Thank you for the input. Love that.
Yeah,
Bless up yourself, my friend.
You have a good weekend.
All right. There we have it.
You know what happened with Andrew and him cronies. They underrated the ability of the IC to do the investigation, and so they were caught with their pants down. Because they didn't expect them to be able to do such in-depth investigation into what is.
Yes, thank you, caller, for calling Mystic Sensation. You're on live.
Yeah, blessings, sir, Byron and Lady Emma. This is Pastor Ricky. God bless you.
Oh, Pastor Ricky, how you doing, sir?
I'm giving thanks, man. I'm calling you from my other number.
Yes.
You know, big respect goes out to both of you and the work you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Government accountable. Praise God. Also, big respect goes out to Zara, Lady Zara Bird.
Yes.
You know, she's so powerful and instrumental in independent investigation. Substacks that I read in my email.
So true.
Praise God. Anyhow, I have a question to get your opinion.
Yes.
I was talking to some friends. Most of them live in Jamaica. They're saying that they have a feeling that Fitz will not hold the crime because it's in his office and it's one of the 19 agencies that he has oversight of. So I said to them, listen, the IC did a 177-page indictment report. It was tabled upon. Furthermore, the IC recused themselves and outsourced the investigation to an auditor, internationally, forensic audit.
Yes.
And I said that the same thing the FIDS is going to have to do to keep it fair and honest. And so they're like, no, he's going to get away because FIDS is, and I'm like, no, this is bigger than the crime minister. This is bigger than now the IC and everybody. It's huge. It's bombshell revelations that's devastating and damaging to him. So what I'm at the assumption that they will have to outsource it, and he's not going to get away because internationally, the U.S. is it's on everything. There's nothing that goes on that the U.S. is not aware of. And so in order to uphold the integrity and the ethical standards of FIDS, I believe that they will have to do the right thing. And so I wanted to ask you, based upon that, my assumption, what is your opinion on that? Do you feel like FIDS is going to have to comply with the IC recommendation in terms of widening the scope of the investigation and dig deeper? And I believe that they should go back to Admiral in 2008 when he first established it as well.
Okay, I will not waste any time in just respond to you in a positive way. FID is going to carry out the work, and FID is going to execute properly. Just like, you know, in terms of me defending the Integrity Commission investigators, right? And now they deliver, and now people can see, okay, all right, Mystic Sensation has always been defending the Integrity Commission, and now, obviously, the Integrity Commission investigators had delivered. Now, like FID, right? FID just had a wider scope in terms of doing more deep dive investigation, which I 100% believe that FID is going to execute, right? And the thing is, one has to understand that when it comes to certain situation, right, that reach borderline where it has, you know, that sort of international favor, where, you know, certain things touch, right? FID has to just carry out the investigation accordingly and execute. So I don't.
I think there's a provision in the IC.
Yes.
Of the IC provision in it also for FIDS to make referral to get assistance as well as like the way they do. Am I correct?
You're correct. They have a memorandum of understanding where the Integrity Commission working cohesively with FIDS, and FIDS also has the ability where, again, FIDS can seek outside assistance in terms of resolving this situation, which I do believe the person who is running FID right about now as high integrity. And I do believe that FIDS, you understand, they are going to execute. And you spoke earlier as it relates to going back to 2008. Well, what happened in terms of this, right? That the deep dive is definitely going to go there. And the deep dive is going to take it back into even 2000, between the period 2006 to 2009. So what one has to understand when it comes to investigation, from once the moment you start, from once you start to pull on a thread, it carries what we call a ripple effect.
It leads to other domino effects.
Yeah, exactly, my friend. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was telling some of my friends. So I'm glad you confirmed my thoughts and my
yes, you're correct.
Way I was thinking. So I appreciate that. Big respect goes out to the
Thank you.
Commission. Great job.
Exactly.
All right. God bless both of you. Thank
Same
you.
to you, my friend.
Blessings.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, answer that call.
I'm going to answer.
Yes, you have reached Mystic Sensation Live. Can you the background noise is coming in?
Turn on the noise in the background.
Can you turn on the noise in the background, please?
Turning it down.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. My question.
Yes.
The TJ. Remember that building in Manchester?
Oh yeah.
TJ's the owner. What guarantee we have that TJ will tell us anything about Andrew's business?
Well, TAJ hit that owner to the fact that TAJ itself is not under investigation. This time is different. Investigation is going to lead into TAJ, And so then investigators now will be asking, you understand, and they will now pursue based on evidence that they collected. And yes, and let me give an example, just like you know, during certain question and answers as it relates to the interview that the Integrity Commission done with some of the banks, and when they spoke about you know, certain accounts, and the Integrity Commission asked certain questions, then they reveal other accounts. You understand? So that is the situation that TJ is going to find himself under.
Oh, so then maybe then by that time, because I strongly believe that the house is either Juliet or Andrew's house. Why they don't want to give out the name on it?
Well, we will find out. We will find out.
They refuse to do something like that.
You bless.
Try to say as much as possible.
Yes.
Especially for the Friday nights.
Thank you.
Some during the weeks I'm tired and I go sleep, but Friday night I try to watch all of it.
All right.
Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work.
And thank you for strengthening us. All right. Blessing my sister. All right, cool. All right. Yes. And you see, these are the calls that keep us alive. Right. For all callers who called, I want to say big thanks. I really appreciate in communicating with you. Right. And particularly that young mind that called me who pursuing law. I hope that you know, you're moving towards making that right decision in terms of putting the X beside the N, right? And I want to say again, thank you for calling in, right? Appreciate the calls, right? Wonderful, really appreciate it. Honey, without any delay, let me hand over to you, because you know that the Jeopardy people, they are waiting for the Jeopardy, right? So let us go to Jeopardy.
Okay, guys, so thank you guys so much for tuning in. As I always say, it's a Friday night. You could have been otherwise minded, but you chose to be with us, and we do not take that for granted. So a heartfelt thank you, and thank you for making it such an interactive discussion. As Byron said, thank you for all the calls and your expression of your thoughts on the whole matter. And this is a really serious time that we're in, and we need to make sure that we are registered to vote. We have, as I said earlier, 10 more days to go. So make sure you go out and make yourself eligible to vote by registering, because you hear what people are saying that what's his name? Bushrat was on TVJ today calling out people to go out and demonstrate for what? For a criminal prime minister?
Crazy.
And as somebody said in the chat, if he was not guilty, if he's not guilty, what do people need to go out there for?
Oh my God.
Right?
I need to get that video.
Anybody in their right mind who needs 28 bank accounts to do what?
It's crazy.
That is a red flag, as I put in the chat earlier, red sheet, red towel, everything that is red. So if people, idiotic people, want to go out there on the street to march for Andrew Holness, then something that the country, I don't know what to say, because there's so many people out there who still want to hug up the wrong and not call him out for who he is. Anyway, guys, we are going to be going into Jeopardy. So Freedom said, why haven't they protested for the 1,500 murders and all the missing children, women and men? Good question. They don't stand up for anything, so they don't stand up for something, so they will fall for anything. Yeah. And I don't know, I was saying it to somebody who called me the other day, that if you go back and watch the clip when he was putting on his show in Parliament, because he even had to look on the paper to see how many bedrooms he was born in again. And when what's his name, decrepit what's his name there, who got up and asked for the motion that he should speak, at the end of the speech, go back and watch the video. That the Speaker of the House, Leroy Clark, winked him off because they didn't want Mark Golding to speak, and they shut him down. And then he winked at him to say, okay, we managed to accomplish what we needed to do, so nobody can speak on the matter apart from Andrew. So go back and watch the clip. All right, so let me just share the template.
Oh, you just imagine that bush at the pond. Okay.
Name again, we're trying to keep the DPP in office, the lawyer one there. Decrepit Chuck. Chuck is the one he quinted off. We have another caller.
Yes, caller, you're on the line. Please go ahead, Miss Sensation Live.
Hello.
Yes, caller. Can you turn on the device in the background?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, with all of that information, I'm not living in Jamaica, but I'm a Jamaican.
Yes.
But with all of what Andrew has done, what can be done about it away from the investigation that is going on? Because it's still about his own business. What can be done about all that he has done?
Well, very good question. I think, and let me say this, and I don't want, it appears as if, because I respect my Jamaican people.
Yeah.
But where I'm going, I think if, they were more informed, so to speak, and this is why we are on social media, right, disseminating the information, right, to as much people so that they can be informed. Because
normally I would listen to your program, but tonight was so really informative. I had to leave whatever I was doing and just sat and listen, because I didn't know so much about him. And so the other bloggers and all of that, they need to be informed as well, so that they can put it across so that others can be informed.
Yes, so true.
But with all of this information, what are the, because what I noticed is that the Jamaican people are afraid of him. And yes, they have reason to be afraid of him. It's not because they don't want to go out and demonstrate. It's not that they don't want to go out and support what is going on, but they are afraid of him. And he's a person to be afraid of when you listen to his background.
Okay, all right. And let me say this, right? For the reason in terms of fear, because we cannot allow fear, right, to overtake what we need to do in terms of getting rid of this prime minister. Because if we allow fear to suppress us and give him continuation, what does that mean for us? We have seen what it meant already. Exactly. So then, right, we have to make a decision, right, in terms of going forward, right, and do what needs to be done in terms of getting rid of Andrew Holness at the ballot. Having said this, if we were in, a true democracy, right, as it relates to, and that is one of the reasons why I'm glad we are on this topic. You see why it is important for a nation to be educated.
Exactly. And that is why I sat and I went to bathroom and I took the phone with me, because it is so informative.
Yes. Because when we have an educated nation, it wouldn't reach to this stage.
Exactly.
It wouldn't reach to this stage. Right? And, you know, it is what it is. And we have to deal with it in terms of, and let me say that you have, you know, you have a lot of bloggers, right, who are carrying the message. You know, you have the Andre Stevenson, you have a topic, you have, right, yeah.
But you still have a lot of negative ones out there. Another topic that I want to touch on before you quickly go, because I know that you're close enough,
Yes.
is the topic with this MP from Sparling. Don't remember what's his name, but the way he had dealt with him and said it's a dark day for Jamaica.
Exactly, you're talking about Richard Azan.
Richard Azan.
Yes.
The way he dealt with that man is such a honest man. That man is such a nice man. And you want to tell me you deal with that man with so much corruption. When
Exactly.
you look at it, you realize from start to begin, this to the end, this man is nothing but corruption.
Nothing but
Guess what?
corruption.
The Jamaican people are failed to see who he is.
Exactly. 100% agree with you, my sister. But, you know, we are doing what we have to do. And as I said, in terms of, you know, a lot of us are here. The Wayne Lonesome, right? The Titans, the Aromatic, right? The Mystic Sensation, right? You name it. The Anna Sabel Rose, Sister Jennifer, so many.
Also the secretary with that information, because
Yes.
sometimes I really wonder if they are getting the same information that we are getting out here. So somebody need to tag them with the info, so
Exactly.
that even if they're not reading it, somebody can read it and see what is happening. But they need to be informed as well.
Definitely. Definitely.
They need to be sensitized.
Exactly. They need to be sensitized. And that's why it is important, you know, for the information to be shared out, right? To as much circulate. And that's why we are here. We are here processing the information, disseminating the information. And, you know, I mean, for you calling us and telling us this. Exactly. Exactly.
But I am ashamed. Honest, I am ashamed of what he has done. I didn't know that this man was so corrupt. I know he was corrupt, but not so corrupt.
Exactly.
And this is why, even for the election that is coming up, believe you me, I'm praying about it. It's something that I'm praying about, because I see blood running like water. This man is wicked. This man is very wicked. You're looking at a man in the face and say, "You're not see devil."
Yeah. I call him 100% pure evil, and there's no joke.
Oh God, no, he's evil, man. We say I have been watching this man from 2018. I have been watching him. Trust me.
All right.
2018.
Okay.
But you have a good night, and
Same
you
to you.
continue to inform us.
Yes.
We will listen. We'll tune into your program.
Thank you.
Continue to share it so that others
All right.
will see and hear it.
Have
God
a,
bless you.
have a wonderful
God bless you.
weekend for you and your family as well.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
All right. So that's it for call. We close out all calls.
Okay. All right. So let's go into Jeopardy. Let me just take away that. Okay. So so tonight we're gonna have car companies, proverbs, mathematics, religious knowledge, famous celebrities. So as usual, throw out a category and for how many points, and that's what we're gonna start with. Check IG, Tiffany. I just responded to you. All right, so Tiffany threw out maths for 300, so we're gonna start with mathematics. All right, so maths for 300. I'm gonna try and go through it quickly. The cost of 534 train tickets was 45,000. Oh my God, 457,000, sorry, $104. Find the cost of the ticket. Had a brain fart there, sorry. The cost of 534 train tickets was $457,104. Find the cost of one ticket. The orange book, please. All right. So find the cost of one ticket. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. And guys, remember that we're playing for credit. So it's $1,000 credit to the person with the most points, Digicel or Flow. And then we have $500 credit to 4 runners up, Digicel or Flow. So we have one person with the most points, and then we have four persons as runners up, and those 4 persons will get $500 credit each, Digicel or Flow. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it's $856. 800. I responded to him. He messaged you. So it's $856 for one ticket. So it is 457,104 divided by the 534, so which will be 856. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just get back in here and refresh. One sec. Okay. Come on. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. So first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany. Then David, welcome, David. Happy Friday. Then Truck Life, Andrew, but you have to put what is before the answer. Yeah. So you have to put what is before the answer. So you have to put what is before the answer, and if it's the name of a place or thing, then it's what is, and then the answer. If it's the name of a person, then it's who is, and then the answer. All right. So Tiffany, then we have Brittany also came in with the correct response as well. All right. So Tiffany saying math for 400. A tire factory produces 6,348 tires per day. The number of tires the factory will produce in 460 days. So it produces 6,348 tires in one day. How many tires will it produce in 460 days? So how many tires will it produce in 60 days? Let's see. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays to go quickly. So what is 2,920,080 tires they would produce in 460 days? Are you arrive at that? The 6,348 is multiplied by the 460 to get the 2,920,080 tires. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Okay. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is David, and that is for 400 points. Then Tiffany, Truck Life. That's how the answers came in.
And so score as it is, Tiffany on 300 points and David on 400 points.
So David, choose the next category and for how many points? Yes, Tiffany, aka Delco.
AKA Delco. Delco is on the board.
All right, so David, choose the next category and for how many points? So it's saying math for 200, so we're keeping it math. Write the numerals for 75,544. So write it in numeric form, the numerals 75,544. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. As I said, we're not really delaying tonight. So it is, that's how it's written, 75,544 in numeric form, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So as usual, remember guys, you need to refresh to see the order in which your answers really came in. So Truck Life with 200 points, then Tiffany, David, Althea, welcome, Brittany, Monica, Reggae Girl, Mixin. Okay, she wrote it in Roman numerals. Welcome, Natzel. So Truck Life is saying, later, Douglas, have a wonderful weekend and sleep well. All right, so Truck Life is saying math for 500. And it's a double point answer, so whoever answers this correctly will get 1,000 points. So 36 families went on a trip which cost them 121,000. Oh. Okay, $1,216,152. What is wrong with my brain tonight? $1,216,152. If each family share the cost equally, each family will pay, and it's a double point answer. So, so the cost is $1,216,152. Each family share the cost equally. Each family should pay, and it's 36 families. I'm tired of brain just. All right, so let's see. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays. And what is $33,782 that each family will pay? So as I said, it's the 1 point at million divided by 36, which will give you 3337. It should be 8. Sorry, this is a typo. 2. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is David, and that is for 1,000 points. Then Truck Life, Andrew, Althea, Natzel, sorry, Tiffany, Brittany, Reggae Girl. That's all the answers came in.
And so the score as it is, Tiffany on 300 points, Truck Life 200 points, David 1,400 points.
Okay, David, choose the next category and for how many points? So Minister Ricardo, aka Baga Baga, aka Oreo Cheesecake.
Cheesecake soon come here.
Oreo cheesecake. All right, so choose the next category, David, and for how many points? When it's a baga, it's good. Just better to make it see what's in there. It's completing math for 100. All right. 20% of 2 is equal to, what is 20% of 2 equal to? The girls, Miss Anne, make him see where he is.
You know, baga, come on.
Oh my goodness.
Oreo cheesecake.
We're rebuking tonight if you see which part's in there. Kids on, welcome. Happy Friday. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for and no delays. And so the answer is what is 0.4. So how you get it out, 20% is equal to 0.2 when you divide 20 by 100 and then you multiply by the 2 to get the 4. So that is 0.4. Let's see who got those 100 points. Sure, no, the point is in the wrong place. Tiffany for 100 points. Then Natzel, Althea, Mixin. That's how the answers came in. I know, Tiffany, I'm just joking. I know what you meant, I'm just joking. Ricardo say, aka Baga, aka cheesecake. Medea Watchman just not playing tonight. Okay, Ricardo, no problem. Bless up yourself.
All right.
bless up in a chocolate. And look, it's you never know that talk nothing bad about you.
Yes.
But it's a proverb for 100. So you're gonna complete the proverbs. If you're not part of the solution, you are. If you're not part of the solution, complete the proverb.
Yeah, Desmond Mackenzie. What you out of there,
Mister?
Really out of there.
If you're not part of the solution, you complete the proverb. Bless up John Gotti, happy Friday. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is your part of the problem? So if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. All right, so it started there. Okay, done, Mel. All right, because I already said if you're not part of the problem, you are, and you just complete because I already put the you are there.
How many points for them, Melanie?
That is for 100. Then Brittany, Tiffany, Natzel, Althea, Anne-Marie. Oh, you have to put what is Anne-Marie when you're answering for places or thing, and then who is if you're answering with the name of a person. Okay. Mixin, Monica, Reggae Girl, and the answers came in. Anne-Marie, oh, she corrected that. Okay, Sharon, but bless up Sharon. Remember, you have to put what is and then the answer. Okay, Don Mel is saying Proverbs for 200. A bad workman always blames. Complete the proverbs. A bad workman always blames. A bad workman always blames. All right, I see you answer that I'm looking for. So he always blames his tool. He never blames himself. The tools can't use themselves, so it must be him, but he doesn't see it that way. The tools go on auto mode. All right, so that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. All right, so it started there. So David, what is this tool? Drucklife, Dunmill, Tiffany, she left out the other is there. Natsel, Mixin, Ransford, Monica, Althea, Anne, Marie, Ransford, Sharon. All right, choose the next category and for how many points?
All right, and so score as it is, Dunmelon 100 points, Truck Life 200 points, Tiffany 400 points, and David running away 1,600 points.
Okay, so in Proverbs for 300. Kids Zone, you're lagging behind and you get to here, need to refresh your internet. Okay, 300. A journey of 1,000 miles begins. A journey of 1,000 miles begins. So complete the proverb. A journey of 1,000 miles begins. Right, I see the answers, no delays. So the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So it begins with a single step, and that is for 300 points. So let's do who picked up those 300 points. David, Natzel, Tiffany, Althea, Ransford. That's how the answers came in. So choose the next category, and for how many points? Sharon Barnes also came in with a single step. All right, so choose the next category, and for how many points? Proverbs for 400, so we're continuing. All is fear in, complete the Proverbs. All is fear in. Let me tell us both colors and bright, but you know. Everybody running out. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. And what is love and war? All is fair in love and war, and that is for 400 points. Let's see who picked up those 400 points. Ooh, Andrea, typing too fast. You need to slow your roll. Truck Life, love and war. All is fair in love and war.
How many points?
400. Then David, Natzel, Mixin, Andrew corrected that. Dunmill, Anne-Marie, Althea, Monica, girl, she also did a typo there, Ransford. All right, Tiffany, Reggae Girl. Okay, that's how the answers came in. So it's saying Proverbs for 500. Okay, chocolate Proverbs for 500. Be slow in choosing a friend, but slower. Complete the Proverbs. Be slow in choosing a friend, but slower. So, be slow in choosing a friend, but slower. That will say voting for Andrew.
Don't follow that.
Oh my goodness. Right, I see the answer that I am looking for. In changing. So be slow in choosing a friend, but slower in changing. So that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Let me refresh. All right. So be slow in choosing a spouse. Truck life. Oh my God. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything up there. Mixing. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany. Then Andrew forgot the in.
How much for that?
500.
500. What? Tiffany, I go answer?
I tell you. Then David.
Leak down that one.
Natsel. And that's how the answers came in. And also Sharon. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, Tiffany? Tiffany covering her face. Oh, car companies for 100. Okay. So 100. All right, so these are the logos for the car companies. Which car company used this logo? Name the car company that uses that logo. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it's Honda, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who got that 100 point. Everybody run out. Yeah, you know, I believe in the Alice argument in the chat. Chocolate bar more fat. First on the board with the correct response is Truck Life.
Big up yourself. Truck Life. How many points?
100. Then David, Natsel, Donmel, Andrew, Tiffany, Althea, Mixin, didn't put the A on. Then Monica, Reggae Girl, and Sharon also came in with Honda. So Truck Life is continuing for 200 points. Name the company, the car company that uses that logo. Everybody run out. The car company that uses that logo. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, no delays. And what is Toyota? That is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me refresh. And Truck. My goodness.
How many points?
200. So Truck Life, David, Tiffany, Andrew, Natsel, Mixin, Althea, Ransford, Reggae Girl, Monica, that's so the and Sharon also came in with the correct response. All right, so cars for 300 says Truck Life. Oops. Which car company uses that logo? Everybody run out. Right. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Mitsubishi, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, let's refresh. Truck Life.
And how many points?
Spelling 300. Then through your finger, then you need to slow your roll a bit. Natsel, Brittany, okay, corrected that. Tiffany, Ransford, Mixin. Tell the Truck Life. That's how the answers came in. 400. 400, so it's continuing with cars. Which company uses that logo? Which car company uses that logo? You have to write it out. Remember, I just said you have to write it out. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. What is Mercedes-Benz? And that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. All right, let's refresh that again. Okay, let's see. So I'm looking for, that's why I said write it out, because I want to see Mercedes-Benz, not just Benz. All right, Truck Life.
Much for that?
400.
400.
Then Natsel, Donmel, Andrew, David, Althea, Mixin, Tiffany. Oh my goodness. All right. So that's all the answers came in. Reeve also came in with Mercedes Benz. Other shorten it and just put Benz, but not everybody got Benz. All right. So it's completing cars for 500. Name the car company that uses this logo. Let me see if I can just expand it a bit. Nope, it's going down instead. All right, we leave it there. Name the car company that uses that logo. Hope you guys all can see it. Not a very big picture there. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Pontiac. Pontiac, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Mixing on him nimble fingers. All right, so it started there. So first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life for 500 points. Then Mixin, David, Althea. Yeah, it does resemble the Tesla one, but it's Pontiac. Then Rave, Natsel, Ransford. Okay, that's how the answers came in.
And so score as it is, Don Mellon 100 points, David 1,000, Tiffany 900 points, David on 1,900 points, and Chuck Life 2,100 points. Chuck Life in the lead.
Bless up, ma'am. Naturally, Tammy. Happy Friday.
Naturally, Tammy, bless yourself, bless up. How you doing?
Why is her name they gone? Her moderator. I think she had moderator, so why is it different? All right, so send celebrities for 100. Let's see. Name this famous celebrity. Hope everybody can see. Name this famous celebrity. I need it written out, please. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Tupac Shakur. Let me just, that's why I said I need it written out. All right, so Tupac Shakur, and that is for 100 points. Let's see who picked up those 100 points. Mixing for 100 points. Then Andrew, some people just put Tupac and that's it. Some people put the number 2 and then Pac. Dunmel, Tupac Shakur.
So mixing
everybody got it, but people wrote it in different ways, and I wanted it written out Tupac Shakur. Rave, Ransford, and other answers came in on other persons, as I said, also got the answer correct. So celebrity for 300. Oh, Shruggy girl. Celebrity for 300. All right. Name this celebrity, and it's a double point answer, so you're getting 600 points for this answer. Name this celebrity. May his soul rest in peace. Also, Tupac Shakur. May his soul rest in peace. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, known delays. And who is Paul Walker, right? From the Fast and Furious franchise. Unfortunately, he met his untimely demise. So that is Paul Walker, and that is for 600 points. So let's see who picked up those 600 points. Make sure I'm not missing anybody's answer. So Truck Life, who is Paul Walker, and that's for 300 points. Then Natsel, she's coming up higher on the thing. She's typing faster now because she's right behind Truck Life. Then David, Andrew, Tiffany, naturally Tammy, Monica, it wasn't intentional, Tiffany. I just put some people up there. I didn't even realize all that's in common, but may their soul rest in peace. Tiffany said, Miss and why all dead people. So Sharon also came with Paul Walker. Let me save the chosen category and how many points. So what did I say? Got that? It's 600 points that should be given, right?
Yeah, you didn't say who.
Wait, I think I said who? Truck Life.
Truck Life for the 600 points?
Hold on, let me go
I
back
have
up.
Truck Life for 300 points prior.
Mm-hmm.
So even 2-1 straight?
Yeah, that is Truck Life,
Truck
yeah,
Life? Okay.
for 300 points.
Yeah, so I have that already.
Sorry, it's 600 points now. It's double, sorry. So it's 600 points. So Truck Life was Celebrity 100 before. You have that 100?
Yeah.
And now just change that 3 to 6. That's
Oh,
all you
okay,
need
so
to
I just need to add 3 more 100 here.
Yes, yeah. Just add 3 more there. That's the confusion there. Okay, saying Celebrity. Yeah, the 300 should be double. Yeah, that's what we're just doing now.
Yeah. That's what we did,
Celebrity
Truck Life.
is 200. Oops. All right, name this famous celebrity again. May his soul rest in peace. Tiffany, it was not intentional. I didn't even realize until you said it. All right. So name the celebrity. Really, Truck Life? As long as the spelling is correct, Ragged Girl, it doesn't matter whether capitalized or not, as long as they have who is and then the full name that I require. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for. So let's see, who is Chadwick Boseman? And that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. All right, so it started there. So Andrew is finally on the board.
All right.
So that is for 200 points. Then Natzel, oh my goodness, she's catching up on you guys. She's typing much faster. Answers are coming in higher up. David, Tiffany, Althea, Monica. That's how the answers came in. I choose the next category and probably the points if I'm not paying any mind. Just continuing with celebrities for 400. Name this famous celebrity. This for 400 points, and may his soul rest in peace. Baga, I thought you said you were sitting out this one. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and those of you who are junior to it, you're correct. I don't have junior on mine. It should be Martin Luther King Jr. So persons who have the junior on there are going to get it correct. All right, so I just left off the junior, my bad. And that is for 400 points. Just make sure I write it here so I don't forget it again. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. That is for 400 points. Baga, Ricardo.
Baga.
Oh, couldn't remember Ricardo a while ago. So Martin Luther King Jr., Ricardo, then Natsel. Pulling a bit off, they're stepping fast. Then, okay, persons have Martin Luther King, but left off the junior. That's I did. And that is for 400.
400? Mm-hmm. What's some big numbers up now?
Yeah, tell you.
Yeah, what?
Okay, not still. Internet look like it's slow. All right. So it's then celebrities for 500. So it's completing celebrities. Tiffany, mom is the word. May his soul rest in peace. Name the celebrity. Remember the spelling has to be correct. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. No delays. Oops. And who is Kobe Bryant? And that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Oh, you have to refresh the chat to see what where you fall in line in the answers coming in, Althea, because you're always going to see yourself first, but once you press the X at the top where the chat is and then go back into live chat, then you will see the order in which the answers came. So that's how I do it, so that I can see who first really answer popped up. So Andrew for another 500 points, Kobe Bryant. Then Truck Life.
Andrew for 500 points.
Mm-hmm. Then Natsel. Mixin. Monica, but there's some typo there. Oops. Tiffany, Brittany, Sharon. So the answers came in. All right.
Okay, so the score as it is, Mixin and Dunmel on 100 points each. Ricardo, 400 points. Andrew, 700 points. Tiffany, 900 points. David, 1,900 points. And Truck Life, 2,700 points.
Board's a bit busy.
Truck Life seems like he's taking the board tonight.
All right, so it's one category that's left, so just put the points that you want in the chat. You don't have to put the category, just the points that you want it for. So 100. All right. Saul was traveling to this city when he encountered a great and blinding light. Which city was he traveling to? Saul was traveling, and it's religious knowledge. Saul was traveling to this city when he encountered a great and blinding light. Which city was he traveling to? All right. And I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Damascus? So he was on his way to Damascus to persecute some more Christians, but God changed him on the way there. And that is for 100 points. Baga. Ricardo for 100 points. Then Mixin, Monica, Althea, Rave, and Marie. All right, Baga for 200. And it's a double score answer. So you're going to get 200 points to your score, and then the overall score is going to be doubled. Type of insect John the Baptist ate in the desert. Type of insect John the Baptist ate in the desert. What insect did the Bible say he ate? So this is making a Sunday school teacher proud. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for. And what is locust? So he ate locust glazed in honey while in the desert. And that is 200 points. And then overall score is going to be doubled. All right, so Baga. Then Natzel.
Baga, how many points for that?
200.
200 points.
Then Althea, Monica, Tiffany, Rave, Andrew. That's how the answers came in. Anne-Marie also came in with locust. Andrew, still locust. I put LS on it, but it's still locust. It just means that it was more than one that why I put the but it's still the same. It's on it or not. It's still the same insect, locust. Choose the next category and for how many points. So remember, you've doubled the points.
With how me just put that on. Okay, now tell me to double it.
Okay, I said it twice when I read the thing out. So Ricardo, so double Ricardo's points.
Score?
Yes, all its overall score. So you got 200 to it
And then
now double it. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Byron, double my score with 3 candles behind it for you.
All right. Okay, so let me just use that opportunity in terms of reading the score. Mixing and Donmel, 100 points. Andrew, 700 points. David and Tiffany, Tiffany and 900 points. David, 1,900 points. Ricardo, 1,400 points. And Truck Life, 2,700 points.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, let's see, 300. Author of the Book of Revelation. Name the author of the Book of Revelation. Who did they say wrote the Book of Revelation?
The Book of Revelation.
Byron and Ricardo scored nothing new. Byron always taking Ricardo points. Good job, Mr. Byron.
Exactly. You know, sometimes I have to take a 1 or 2.
Oh, my goodness. Remember the name of a person, you have to put who is. If it's not who is, then it's going to be not going to be given. It have to be who is. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is who is John. So John, they said, was the author of the Book of Revelation, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who came in with those 300 points. Okay, Andrew. Okay, oh, Monica would have gotten that, but she put what is instead of who is. Okay, Rafe on the board with 300 points. Who is John? Then, okay, Tiffany.
Rafe got that one, 300 points?
Yeah, 300. And Althea, Monica corrected and start putting who is. Oops, don't do that. David, Anne-Marie, Natzel. All right, so choose the next. How many points, Rafe? We have 400 and 500 points left. All right, so 500. Rolling big. Matthew was a by profession. Name Matthew's profession. Matthew was a by profession. Matthew in the Bible. What was his profession? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is a tax collector. So what was Matthew by profession? So he was a tax collector, and I blunder here. It should be who is a tax collector because it's a profession of a person. So it should be who is a tax collector. He was a tax collector or a publican. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Althea, who is a tax collector. Althea for 500 points, who is a tax collector.
Althea?
Then Andrew, yeah. So persons have tax collector, but what is the profession of a person should be who is. So I made a mistake there.
And 500 points for Althea?
Yeah, 500.
Just one more on the board?
Yes, just
Okay.
one more. Okay. All right, so 400 points left. And Judas signaled Jesus' identity to the Roman officials by doing this. So he did two things. So what are the two things that he did? So Judas signaled Jesus' identity to the Roman officials by doing this. So what two things did he do? He did two things. What else did he do after that? He did that, and then he did something else. Okay, natural tenure profession is not a who though, it's a what. Okay. All right, let's see if I'm seeing the answer yet for this one. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is he kissed him and then he called him rabbi, which is teacher. So that was to confirm his identity. So he kissed him and then he called him rabbi. And that is for 400 points. So the board is empty. So let's see who first came in with that correct response. All right, let's go back down because Okay, so it started there. So Ricardo. So we kissed him and then called him Rabbi. And that is for 400 points.
Ricardo?
Yep. So congratulations. I'll have to look into which is the correct term to way to write it, whether who is or what is for a profession from now on. So that's food for thought for me, Natsel. I'll look into it. It says profession is not a who though, it's a what. All right. So congratulations to everyone who participated and was able to answer. The race is not for the swift, but those who can endure to the end. And remember, everybody who is the playing started at a point where they were struggling to be fast on the board and stuff, but with practice, it became perfect. So congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to Reggae Girl. So congratulations to everyone who made the board. And thank you so much for your participation.
Right. Wonderful game, right? So to start on the board, Andrew gaining 700 points. Tiffany in 4th place, gaining 900 points. Well played. Ricardo, 3rd place, 1,800 points, and he started late. Right, David, right, 2nd place, 1,900 points, and Truck Life taking the board, 2,700 points.
All right. So remember, guys, it's not everybody who made the board. I'm going to get credit. It's the first five person with the highest points. The person with the most points gets $1,000 credit, Digicel or Flow, and then you have the 4 runners up of 500 each. Digicel or Flow.
Numbers already.
Yes, I have all the numbers there. Any special instruction for you, David? You always because you have many numbers. Any special instructions from David? Let me just go back up in. Okay. So again, guys, thank you so much for your participation. Thank you so much for tuning in with us on a Friday night. We are really grateful for your support and your continued endorsement. And thank you so much for your active participation in the discussion and also in the game. And remember, please go out and register who haven't registered yet. Register to vote. Everybody's vote counts. And those who are shut in and can't get out, when it comes to the time for voting, help them out. Help your neighbor, help your friend, so that everybody can be represented on that day so that they can make their choice. All right. So again, thank you guys. I'm going to say good night. It's over 4 hours. Have a wonderful and blessed weekend. And I will send that now shortly, Tiffany. My apologies. It totally slipped me because it was written on about 3 or 4 pages back. All right. And Don Mel is reminding us of Rattigan's show tomorrow at 2 p.m. Jamaica time and 3 p.m. Eastern time. And also we have Town Hall with Reggae Dubsteen, and that is on Sunday evening. And remember, all the other channels out there that are holding the government accountable, please go out and support. Might be saying it in a different voice and a different way, but it's the same. It's the one message, right? And we need to speak in unison. Those who are in Jamaica, you can galvanize and you can do what you need to do as well. You don't have to be actively out there doing it, but there are passive ways that you can look into to do what you need to do to hold your government accountable. And yeah, so we can have a better future for our children to come and the future generation. All right, so thank you guys so much again. Really appreciate each and every one, and welcome to all the new subscribers. Thank you so much for your support. Until Tuesday, guys, or if we pop up anytime, have a wonderful and blessed weekend and safe travel on the gravel. See you guys. Love you. One love.